Chapter 1. This was the continent of Do. On top of a small hill, there was a small figure. It's still not working. My mysterious heaven method is still unable to break through the bottleneck of the first layer. It's already been 3 months. Why is this happening? Even the purple demon eyes that can only be cultivated in the morning by relying on the purple chi from the east has been improving. If the mysterious heaven method can't break through the bottleneck, my mysterious jade hands can't be improved either. When I was cultivating the mysterious heaven method, I didn't encounter such a situation between the first layer and the second layer. The mysterious heaven method has 9 layers. Why is the first layer so troublesome? Is it because this world is different from my original world? It was a boy of 5 or 6 years old. The boy wasn't particularly handsome, but he was very good-looking. He had a pair of bright eyes and short dark blue hair, giving him a special aura. It's a bit late. He looked at the sun that was setting in the west. It's time to go back. Dad is still waiting for me. HM? The boy suddenly saw someone lying in the grass. The boy walked over to take a look. It was a boy who seemed to be a bit younger than him, but his appearance shocked him. Rushiwe's skin was so white that it seemed like it could be broken by the wind. His sky blue hair was messily draped over his back, and he wore blue clothes. His body had a cool aura. Although he looked a bit disheveled, his appearance was so beautiful and charming. Is this really a boy? Tang Sen thought to himself. He seems to be injured. The boy said after inspecting his body. I have to save him. The boy didn't know why he did this, but his intuition told him that if he didn't save this child, he would regret it in the future. The boy carried him on his back and ran home. It was a small village. Dad, I'm back. The boy entered a dilapidated house. The house was so messy that it didn't seem like someone lived in it. A middle-aged man who reeked of alcohol walked out of the house. He saw the child on the boy's back and frowned. Who is little 3? I found him in the mountains. He's injured. Dad, let's save him. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then looked at the boy's pleading eyes and agreed. Thank you, Dad. The boy hurriedly carried the injured boy into the bedroom. Why do I feel like that child's aura is stronger than mine? The middle-aged man murmured. The next morning, oh, it hurts so much. Where's this place? When the blue-haired boy woke up, he looked around and seemed to have been saved by a kind soul. At this moment, the shabby door opened and a boy walked in. Ah, you're awake. This is my home. I found you in the mountains. The boy said to the blue-haired boy who had just woken up. Thank you, big brother, he said. The boy said, my name is Tang San. May I know your name? The child was about to say something, but he suddenly froze. Tang San? Tang San. Isn't that father-in-law? Could it be that this was the era of his father-in-law? You? No, brother Tang San. My name is Tang Yu, you as in you. Tang San? What about your family? Tang San asked. They're gone. My parents are gone. Only my brothers and sisters are left, but I got separated from them. Tang Yu said while crying. He could not help but admire his acting skills. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned your family. Tang San comforted him. From now on, you can live in my house, as long as you don't mind it being dirty. Tang Yu said, thank you. Can I call you third brother in the future? Yes. Can I call you Light Rain in the future? Tang San said, yes. Tang Yu nodded. Father-in-law was quite gentle when he was young. Although he abused me countless times later, it was for my own good. However, he was also dissatisfied with some of the things his father-in-law did, especially messing with his life. Little San, is he awake? A middle-aged man came in and asked. Yes, Tang San replied. Tang Yu looked at the middle-aged man. He reeked of alcohol, his hair was messy, and his face was full of wrinkles. He must have not shaved his beard for a long time. However, what attracted Tang Yu was not his appearance, but his soul power. Moreover, it was very strong. He should be a super Dolua powerhouse. This is father-in-law's father, Hao Hian Dolua Tang Wu, right? Father-in-law once told me about his father. Looking at the dispirited Hao Hian in front of me, is it because of father-in-law's mother? Father-in-law once told me that his mother was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Later, she was killed by the martial soul palace and sacrificed to his father. After that, his father was dispirited for many years. Looks like I have to help him. Dad, can you let him live in our house? His family. Tang San said to Tang Wu. I know. Son, your surname is Tang too, right? Are you willing to acknowledge me as your father and my son as your brother? Tang Yu said, yes, I'm willing. Tang Yu said, becoming father-in-law's younger brother seems quite fun. Yes. At the same time, I can also mess with my current father-in-law. Mwaha. Yuhao's mental activity. End. Chapter 2. In his spiritual sea. Sky Dream. Do you think we should tell Yuhao what happened yesterday? No, let's not tell him first. But someone who can revive a dead fortune beast is definitely not simple. At least, that person must be much stronger than Poseidon, Tang San. Poseidon, Tang San definitely doesn't have such strength. Well, I think we should deal with her first. The 7 gods looked at the adorable golden kitten that they had surrounded. Hello, Don't talk to me. I hate you. The kitten said with disdain. You? I hate your tone. You were born with it. What about it? It still had a look of disdain. All right, Evil Eye, stand aside. Let me do it. After speaking, Sky Dream suddenly knelt down on one knee. The Ice and Snow Empresses also knelt down. This? Evil Eye was stunned. Sky Dream knelt down? Sky Dream knelt down. It was fine if he knelt down, but the Ice and Snow Empresses knelt down too. Benefactor, Sky Dream and the Ice and Snow Empresses said in unison. Benefactor? Evil Eye was shocked. Yes, this kitten was the fortune beast, the 3-eyed golden lion. She was also the second person Yuhao loved. You? I remember that you are Deer's companions, the kitten said. Yes, Benefactor. You don't have to call me Benefactor. In terms of strength, I can't compare to you. If you hadn't sacrificed yourself to Hui Yuhao all those years ago, we would have vanished along with him. That's why you're our Benefactor. May I know how you're doing now? Yes, perhaps I'm about the same as you. I should be considered as Deer's 8th spirit. However, I haven't familiarized myself with my current state yet. Why are you so surprised? Impossible. Only Yuhao and the old man know the incantation. No one else knows it. I don't know either, but I faintly heard a person's voice. He said, we will wait for your return, Origin. Origin? Benefactor, are you planning to meet Yuhao? The Sky Dream asked. Not at the moment. I want to give him a surprise. The kitten ran away shyly. Why did she change her attitude so quickly? Evil Eye, you don't understand. Her gentle side is only shown to Yuhao alone. However, what exactly is Origin? Nodding restaurant. Little girl, it's not too late to regret now. Of course, I wouldn't mind having a pet rabbit. Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? Xiaowu didn't lose to the other party in terms of expression. She also had a look of disdain on her face, but her disdain and her tender face made her look a little cute. She raised her hand and pointed at the other party. Boss Xiao, are you afraid? Ha! Big brother, Xiao pretended to laugh out loud. Me? Scared? I say, Wang Sheng, did you working students lose your mind? How could you find a little girl to challenge me? What a joke. Little girl, why don't you find out who Big Brother Xiao is? In Nodding City, no one would dare to stop me even if I wanted to, let alone in the academy. Don't worry, I won't bully you either. Don't you have 10 people here? Then we'll also send 10 people. We'll take turns fighting. As long as we win, we can move on to the next opponent. Until everyone on one side is defeated. Wang Sheng skipped over remnant victory. Just as Xiao Wu was frowning, a low voice suddenly sounded in her ear. When she turned her head to look, her beautiful big eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of pleasant surprise. Little you, you're back. Tang San and Light Rain arrived at Xiao Wu's side. They had gone with Grandmaster to look for Tang San's first soul ring. Grandmaster had asked about the color of Light Rain's first soul ring, but Tang Yu hadn't answered. Everyone had their secrets, so Grandmaster didn't pry. When they heard that Xiao Wu was going to fight, they didn't say a word and quietly approached Xiao Wu. Big Brother Zhao's side didn't even notice them. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu. He wanted to say something, but he held himself back. Xiao Wu could tell that he wanted to say something. What? Are you going to say I was impulsive again? Tang San shook his head. We working students can't be bullied all the time. This kind of duel with the boss of the student body can be considered a permanent solution. You did the right thing, but you should have waited for Light Rain and I to come back before challenging them. That way, you would have had a better chance of winning. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San. She couldn't help but feel angry when she recalled the last time she'd been hit by a rock. What are you waiting for? Who knows when you'll come back? They're already bullying us. That bastard Big Brother Xiao said he wanted me to be his pet rabbit. If I can't stand it, then I won't be Xiao Wu. Tang San frowned. How old is this kid to have such filthy thoughts? It looks like I really have to teach them a lesson and let them know that working students aren't easy to bully. Even Tang Yu's expression turned cold. Xiao Wu is his mother-in-law. This brat has guts. We'll consider the first round our loss. Ling Feng, you go. The second person to be sent out by Big Brother Xiao was a skinny senior student with a small nose and small eyes. His slender figure didn't make him look 12 at all. Instead, he looked like he was about the same age as Xiao Wu and Tang San. Tell Wang Sheng to come back. Tang San was about to speak. However, Tang Yu suddenly said, "Third brother, it's too troublesome. I'll just pick all of them." Light Rain, you really want to? Tang San trembled. He could still remember how Light Rain had torn the mandala snake apart with his bare hands. That scene had been both bloody and violent. When Tang San asked Light Rain if it was his first time killing, he said, "Is this Light Rain's first time killing?" Light Rain said, "Just get used to it." Tang San trembled. It wasn't his first time. Who told him to insult big sister Xiao Wu? Tang Yu rushed out. "Xiao, get out here and fight," he shouted domineeringly. Everyone was shocked. Who was so bold as to call Big Brother Xiao that? A child even prettier than a girl stood in the middle of the room with his chest puffed out. He had sky blue hair, a blue robe, and beautiful blue eyes. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the world. That beauty, this is a contest between boys. Big Brother Xiao stammered. "She's too beautiful. If I get her, you're courting death." What he didn't notice was that Tang San and Xiao Wu's people were looking at him like he was a dead man. Beauty. Tang Yu's shadow covered his entire face. Tang Yu's rage instantly reached the max. Roar. A dragon's roar pierced through the sky. 5 breaths later, a group of people on the ground. A child with a pair of golden dragon wings flew in the air. A golden soul ring surrounded him, looking extremely domineering. F***CK. So it's a boy. Crack. Sound of bone breaking, ah? You're still talking. That. Light Rain. Take care of mine, too. Tang San said weakly. So be it. Who told them to say that Light Rain is like? Xiao Wu stopped halfway. Remember, my name is Tang Yu. Martial Soul Golden Dragon. Rank 16 Assault System Soul Master. Most importantly, I'm male. Tang Yu said condescendingly. Light Rain, what was your soul skill just now? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Golden Dragon King Physique. Speed, strength, defense, and physical strength increase by 50% for 1 minute. However, the duration will increase with the soul power. Tang Yu said subconsciously, Golden Dragon King Physique? The strengthened version of Golden Dragon Physique. Sure, what a domineering name. But why is your soul ring golden? And it has a trace of rose gold. Xiao Wu. Tang San interrupted her because Tang Yu's eyes were moist. Light Rain, Tang San said worriedly. Maybe it's formed by love. Tang Yu said sadly and went back alone. Love. Xiao Wu said to Nan repeatedly. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and said, I know. I'll go and comfort him. In the dormitory, Yuhao was lying on the bed listlessly. The golden soul ring surrounded him. He looked at the soul ring in a daze. The soul skill he mentioned earlier was suddenly said by a female voice in his mind. Xiao, is that you? The golden soul ring could not be concealed with imitation. Love can't be concealed, right, Xiao? Tang Yu said to himself. The golden soul ring suddenly flashed. It seemed to be responding to him. Tang Yu smiled. Sure enough, Xiao is still alive. That's great. At this time, Light Rain, are you there? His mother-in-law came. Yes, I'm here. Xiao Wu came in, and saw Tang Yu smiling at her. Light Rain, are you okay? Sister Xiao Wu, do you think I'm not okay? Tang Yu asked. Xiao might not be dead. This was good news for him. He couldn't be happier. It's good that you're fine. Just now I'm fine. Sister Xiao Wu, are you hungry? Oh, I haven't eaten yet. She successfully changed the topic. Then I'll cook for you and my brother. Roast fish, roast meat, roast rabbit. Anything will do. That. Can we not eat roast rabbit? Xiao Wu asked a little strangely. Oh, I almost forgot. How can you eat rabbit in front of rabbit? Xiao Wu was shocked. That. Light Rain, what are you talking about? Oh, I spilled the beans. Forget it. I won't beat around the bush. Tang Yu continued. Hello, 100,000-year soft bone rabbit. At this time, Xiao Wu panicked. What exactly are you? Don't be so nervous. You're really bold. You don't even know how to save money. He was in a good mood today. Nothing made him happier than Xiao or being alive. You too? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Did I say I'm a soul beast? However, my brother and sister all call me a human-shaped beast. I can barely be considered a soul beast, but I'm not a soul beast. I'm a half-human, half-soul beast. Half-human, half-soul beast. Xiao Wu was shocked. I'll explain this to you later. However, you have to keep it secret. I'll keep it a secret for you too. Let's go and eat roast fish. Are you still Tang Yu? Xiao Wu asked carefully. Sister Xiao Wu, I've always been Light Rain. Third brother recognizes me as his younger brother. Sister Xiao Wu is also my sister. I have always been Light Rain. I'm your younger brother. Light Rain, do you know? You scared me to death just now. I want 2 portions of roast fish. Xiao Wu patted her chest and said, Okay, 1 year later. How far is it? Xiao Wu looked around and asked casually. We're almost there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our Holy Spirit village is at the foot of the mountain. Tang San said, when they saw their home. Dad, we're back. Tang San and Tang Yu shouted excitedly. Oh, Xiao San, you're back. A gentle voice sounded. A person walked out from inside. Seeing him, Tang San couldn't help but be stunned. Grandpa Jack, you're here too. Where's my dad? The person who walked out was the village chief of the Holy Spirit village, Old Jack. With a bitter smile on his face, he handed a piece of paper to Tang San and said, Take a look. This is what your dad left. I came to find him this morning to ask him to pick you up with me. I didn't expect you to be back already. A trace of nervousness appeared in Tang San's heart. He quickly took the paper from Old Jack and looked down. Xiao San, Light Rain, when you see this letter, I'll be gone. Don't look for me. You won't be able to find me. Although you're still young, you can take care of yourself. Young eagles can only fly higher when they spread their wings. Don't worry about me, Xiao San. You've inherited a lot of your mother's meticulousness. Dad is a useless person. You're gradually growing up. Dad needs to take back some things that should belong to me. Light Rain, although you're my adopted son, I've always treated you like family. One day, I'll taste the grilled fish you make. Your family once looked for me and entrusted you to me. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. There will be a day when the 3 of us, father and sons, will meet again. I hope that you'll become stronger, but I don't want you to become stronger. You'll choose your own path. Xiao San, if one day you feel that the soul master profession isn't good enough, then return to the Holy Spirit village and become a blacksmith like me. Light Rain, Xiao San, take care. Don't miss me. Tang Hao. Looking at the paper in his hand, Tang San was stunned. The joy in his heart instantly turned into helplessness. Dad left. Dad, why did you leave? Tang Yu thought that he had finally pulled himself together. This is the real Hao Hian Dolo. Old Jack looked at Tang San and Tang Yu's absent-minded expression and said with a bitter smile, Tang Hao left without any warning. The day before yesterday, I came to ask him to make farm tools. Now that he's left, we'll have to find another blacksmith in the future. That guy is really too irresponsible. Tang San slowly came back to his senses. Grandpa Jack, you're saying that Dad just left 2 days ago? Old Jack nodded. He should have left 2 days ago. Xiao San, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a father like that. Come with Grandpa to my house. Tang San shook his head silently. He carefully folded the paper in his hand and put it in his arms. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. The house is so messy, so I won't ask you to stay. I still have to tidy up. Old Jack was stunned for a moment. He sighed and said, "All right, but if you need anything, feel free to look for me." He shook his head helplessly and turned to walk outside. Nodding Academy. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the Grandmaster's room suddenly rang. "Please come in." The Grandmaster put down the book in his hand and said indifferently. The door opened and a tall figure walked in from outside. He was wearing a simple gray robe, and his messy black hair was draped over his shoulders. His aged face was engraved with the vicissitudes of life, and his pair of turbid eyes seemed to have reached the end of his life, which did not match his appearance of only around 50 years old. "Hello, Grandmaster." The person's voice was low and somewhat hoarse. For some reason, when this person walked in, the Grandmaster's body subconsciously tensed up. Even his soul power unconsciously spread throughout his body. "You are?" Slowly standing up, the Grandmaster's eyes revealed some doubts. The person in gray said indifferently, "Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for 20 years. With my current appearance, it's no wonder you don't recognize me. My name is Tang Hao." Tang Hao. The Grandmaster's usually calm expression changed drastically. His pupils focused almost instantly and stared fixedly at the person in front of him. His hands gripped the table, and his fingers had already turned pale. You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand and stopped the Grandmaster from continuing. He said coldly, "Don't mention the old titles. Back then, we were fated to meet a few times. Others may think that you are just a lunatic, but I know that you are a stubborn person." The Grandmaster's emotions gradually calmed down. His stiff face was slightly affected. "It seems that I guessed correctly. You are indeed the father of little three and Light Rain. They have already gone home. Why are you here?" Tang Hao nodded and said indifferently, "It is precisely because they have gone home that I am here. I know that you have taken them as your disciples. As their father, I should have come to see you long ago. I am leaving, and the only ones I care about are them. So, I hope that I can entrust little three and Light Rain to you. Where are you going?" "They're your sons." The Grandmaster glared at Tang Hao. His gaze was sharp and piercing. Tang Hao's expression was still as cold as ever. "They are also your disciples. I have to leave. There are many things that I have to do. They will not be happy if they follow me. I don't have any other requests. Their lives are their own choices. Also, Light Rain is only my adopted son. It has been 10 years. I have left this world for 10 years. Now that he is grown up, there are some things that I have to do." The Grandmaster took a deep breath. "I don't know what happened to you, but I can see that little three and Light Rain are very attached to you. Don't you think that it is too cruel for them to leave just like that?" Tang Hao said calmly, "Little three has decided to walk an extraordinary path. It would be cruel for him to be with me. No matter what happens, please remember that he is my son. Right? You have to take good care of Light Rain. If anything happens to him, the human world will be finished." "What do you mean?" "Light Rain is... I can only tell you that he is not a real human. If anything happens to him, he will anger 7 300,000-year spirit beasts. 7 300,000-year spirit beasts." The Grandmaster was shocked. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a jet-black token fell onto the table in front of the Grandmaster. It was the same token that the Grandmaster had shown Tang San when he had brought him into the soul-hunting forest. However, this token had a total of 6 symbols on it. The sun was setting in the west. 3 petite figures sat side by side on the mountaintop. The one in the middle was a boy, the one on the left was a girl, and the one on the right was a beautiful and handsome boy. They sat there quietly. The red afterglow of the sun fell on their bodies, as though it had branded them with a ring of reddish gold. The girl on the left tilted her head and looked at the boy. She rested her chin on her hands and wanted to say something, but she held back in the end. The one who spoke was the boy. He held a brand new casting hammer in his hand. "Xiao Wu, Light Rain, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "Thank you for always being with me." Tang San lowered his head. Xiao Wu laughed and pushed Tang San's shoulder. "Don't be depressed. Your father is only leaving temporarily. One day, you will meet again. Perhaps He left just to let you grow up better, to make you stronger. If you continue like this, won't you be letting down his efforts? A bitter smile appeared on Tang San's face. Perhaps, but why did he not allow me to see him again? Xiao Wu, do you know that my father is my only family? I have never seen my mother since I was young. Light Rain is my younger brother. He has 7 older brothers and sisters. Without my father, the family is no longer a family. Xiao Wu shook her head and flung her long scorpion braids in front of her. Without my father, you still have me as a friend and Light Rain. If you must find a family member, I don't mind being your older sister. Quick, call me Big Sister Xiao Wu. Everyone calls me that. Light Rain calls me that. You are the only exception. Tang San smiled. If you are willing to be my younger sister, I will not object. If I remember correctly, although we were born in the same year, you seem to be a few months younger than me. I was born in January, but you were born in August, right? Don't even think about it. I will only be your older sister, not your younger sister. Xiao Wu lifted her hand and knocked Tang San on the head. Standing at the top of the mountain, Tang San faced the setting sun. His eyes were already filled with purple. Xiao Wu, this is where I used to cultivate. I want to ask you a question very seriously. I hope you can answer me seriously. Xiao Wu pursed her lips. Do you know that you look very much like those old men in the academy right now? Tang San slowly turned around and looked seriously at Xiao Wu. Are you willing to be my younger sister? I really hope to have another family member. Light Rain is the first. You are the second. Xiao Wu was about to say something, but Tang San stopped her. Let me finish first. I don't have anything. You have seen my family situation. I am just a poor commoner. I can't give you wealth or power. You are also born with full soul power, but you are different from me. I can see that there is a story behind your birth. However, I have never asked you because I am afraid that the difference in our birth backgrounds is too great. We can't even be friends. However, I really hope to have a younger sister like you. Although I cannot give you what nobles have, I can give you my promise. I will always protect my younger sister. I will never let her come to any harm. And younger brother, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and Tang Yu. Xiao Wu's eyes gradually reddened as she looked at Tang San's teary eyes. If there is a day when many people want to kill me, and you cannot defeat them, what will you do? Tang San's face suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then I will ask them to step over my dead body first. How domineering. As expected of my father-in-law. Tang Yu thought to himself. Wu fell silent. Tang San did not speak again. The red of the setting sun gradually faded. At this moment, the stars in the sky quietly appeared. Older brother. Xiao Wu used a simple word to break the silence between the two of them. The tears that she had been holding back finally fell. Tang San's hands trembled as he took Xiao Wu's hand. Thank you, younger sister. Light Rain, what about you? Idiot third brother. From the moment you took me in, I've already recognized you as my older brother. Tang Yu said solemnly. Thank you. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 3. 5 years later. Soto City. For people walked in from the west gate. They looked like they were only 12 years old and didn't carry any luggage with them. The boy in front was dressed plainly and looked like he was 12 years old. He was almost 7 meters tall and wore a light blue outfit that made him look very neat. There was a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones around his waist, and his long black hair barely reached his shoulders. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he gave off a very approachable feeling. There was a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. If the boy looked peaceful and ordinary, then the girl beside him didn't look so ordinary. Her long black hair was neatly combed into a scorpion braid, and even though it was a braid, it still reached her calves. She was shorter than the boy by half a head, and wore a pink bra that tightly wrapped around her developing figure. If her chest wasn't plump enough, then her slender waist would make countless women envious. The other boy had pinkish blue hair, was as tall as the boy from before, and was incomparably handsome. His long eyelashes matched his pinkish blue eyes, and he wore a white outfit that made him look extraordinary. However, the most attractive person among the four of them, it had to be the girl at the back. She was like an otherworldly goddess. She emitted the aura of a king, making people look at her. Everyone wanted to worship her. She was the shortest among the four of them, and she had sky-blue hair that hung down to her waist, bright and deep blue eyes, snow-white skin, and an abnormally soft and beautiful figure. She wore a dark blue cloak and held a cute and lazy golden kitten in her arms. Her brilliance had already overshadowed the other three. Wait, she actually had an Adam's apple. Wait, her chest was flat. She wasn't a she, but a... Everyone on the street, regardless of age or gender, stopped and looked at the two pairs of divine children. More accurately, they were looking at the two girls and the handsome boy. Weren't they Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Yuangdong? Ha ha! Third brother. Many people are turning their heads to look at us. No. It's Xiao Wu who's turning their heads to look at us. Third brother. I don't think they're just looking at Sister Xiao Wu. There's also... The pink blue-haired youth looked at the young girl, who was glaring at him, and suddenly shut up. Whispers could be heard all around. Look, two great beauties. I really like the brown-haired one. I think the blue-haired one is very beautiful. I wonder how good you are in bed. Although her voice was very soft. Who is Tang Yu? Swoosh. In an instant, two ice sculptures appeared, but their heads were exposed. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Also, open your eyes wide. I'm a man. A boy with the voice of a young girl said angrily. Girl. He slapped his chest hard. F***CK. It was actually a man. The ice sculpture was completely frozen. Everyone was shocked. Let's go. Tang Yu said domineeringly as he turned around. Light Rain, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? Tang Sin said. Really? I don't think so. Huh. No wonder. Your current appearance is too. Ha! Wang Dong laughed. Wang Dong. Invincible, itchy hands. No. Ha 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 ha. Quickly. Stop. We. Ha 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 ha. On the streets. Asterisk. Asterisk caret asterisk. Asterisk. Third brother. Are they really brothers? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Haven't they been like this for the past few years? Seems like it. However, Light Rain's dragon god martial soul is too perverted, right? It actually turned him into this. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's find a place to stay first. Yes. Memoirs. A few years ago, Tang Yu turned Nodding Academy into a world of ice and snow due to the instability of his absolute ice martial soul. After learning that Tang Yu had a third martial soul, Tang San and Xiao Wu were shocked, including the master. Because of this, the master personally studied Light Rain for a month. Another dragon, martial soul? Wait, why is there a scorpion tail? Your third martial soul should have been a scorpion before, right? Is there a problem with your golden dragon, martial soul? Usually, there's only one way to change a martial soul. That is, the other martial soul has a strange phenomenon. There should be a problem with your golden dragon, which changed your other martial soul. This was what the master said after a month of research. At that time, Tang Yu was really scared. He guessed right. Yes, master. When I was breaking through to rank 20, something happened to the golden dragon. In the end, after releasing the fake dragon god, the master, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Dong all released their martial souls as well. However, other than Wang Dong, who was barely able to resist, the others were completely suppressed by the pressure and couldn't move. The terrifying pressure instantly spread across a radius of 20 kilometers. All the soul masters automatically released their martial souls to resist the pressure, but it was useless. Following that, golden and silver soul rings appeared. The master didn't know how to explain this matter. What kind of martial soul was this? And what was with the silver soul ring? The golden soul ring from before had already shocked him. Why did a silver soul ring appear? Tang Yu withdrew his martial soul, and the pressure disappeared in an instant. Tang Yu, don't use your dragon martial soul recklessly in the future, unless you want to become a research subject for a certain power, the master said in a commanding tone. Yes. Finished recalling. Rose Hotel. Let's stay here. Xiao Wu, Wang Dong, and Shuning pointed. Tang San said indifferently, I'll listen to you. After working for the past few years, coupled with the subsidies from the Martial Soul Palace, he could be considered to have some savings. Even if it wasn't enough, he still had Light Rain, the rich man. Tang Yu made a few simple soul tools and sold them, and became rich. Xiao Wu and Wang Dong didn't care about how much money they had. They spent lavishly. In order to prevent themselves from overspending, they simply gave all their income to Tang San and Light Rain. With Tang San controlling Light Rain, she and Wang Dong could save a little. Wang Dong, this should be a couple's hotel, right? Tang Yu said, "Oh, who cares? It's fine as long as we can stay here." Xiao Wu said. Tang San walked in front of the counter. "Please give us 2 rooms." The waiter behind the counter looked at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu, then at Wang Dong, and finally at Tang Yu. His eyes lit up. So beautiful that I want to die. If you let him know what you're thinking, you can really die. Sir, are you sure you want 2 rooms? Tang San nodded. Is there something wrong? The waiter's eyes revealed a hint of ambiguity. I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left. 1 room? Tang San's face was instantly filled with awkwardness. Ha! I knew it. Tang Yu thought to himself. When he saw Tang San's red face with his Destiny Spirit eyes, Tang Yu already understood the abilities of his Destiny Spirit eyes. They could see through other people's destinies and take away their destinies. They even had the ability to predict the future and the past. However, he hadn't fully grasped this ability. His red face was a source of fortune. The waiter said, "Yes, there's only 1 room left. But don't worry, our rooms are very large and well-equipped. There's more than enough room for 4 people." As he spoke, he gave Tang San a look that could only be understood but not explained. Of course, Tang San didn't understand. But damn, this waiter is really an old hand. Tang Yu thought to himself. All right, then I'll have to trouble you to open this room for me. Just as the waiter was about to help Tang San with the formalities, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's actions. I say, this room should belong to me. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Yu turned around at the same time. They saw 3 people appear behind them and walk towards the counter. There was 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls were gorgeously dressed and looked to be around 17 years old. They were tall, and were even taller than Xiao Wu. The most surprising thing was that they actually looked exactly the same. They were actually twins. However, Tang San, Tang Yu, and Tang San's gazes didn't land on the 2 stunning beauties. Instead, their attention was attracted by the man walking in the middle. The man was around 8 meters tall and was half a head taller than Tang Yu. He didn't look old and was even younger than the 2 girls behind him. His shoulders were broad, and he had a handsome appearance that carried a hint of resoluteness. His long golden hair was draped over his back and hung down to his waist. His hair hung straight and smooth over his shoulders. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes. His pupils were different. One side was dark blue, while the other was white. His gaze was very cold, and it was a kind of coldness that came from the depths of his heart. His extremely handsome appearance, paired with his eyes, made him the center of attention no matter where he went. He's very strong. This was Tang San's first thought when he saw this person. Ancestor, Uncle Dai. Tang Yu and Wang Dong thought to themselves. Yes, the person in front of them was the boss of the first Shrek 7, the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. He was also a second-rank war god. He was also Yuhao's ancestor. Dai Mu Bai ignored Tang San. When his gaze swept past Xiao Wu, a strange light flashed through his eyes, but it was only for a moment. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Dong and was slightly stunned. Finally, he looked at Tang Yu, and his eyes flickered. So beautiful. There's actually such a beauty in the world. He composed himself and walked to the front of the counter. Looking at the waiter, Dai Mu Bai said, "You're new here, right? Don't you know that there's always a room reserved for me?" The waiter was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, "You are?" Dai Mu Bai said somewhat impatiently, "Call your manager out." The waiter felt a chill in his heart when he met the twin-pupiled man's gaze. He hurriedly ran to the back to call his superior. Tang San said indifferently, "Big brother, it seems that we came here first." Dai Mu Bai didn't even turn his head. He only said coldly, "So what?" Tang San's temper could be considered mild, but Xiao Wu wasn't so easy to bully. In a flash, he was already beside Tang San. "Nothing. I told you to scram." Dai Mubai turned around, and his cold and evil gaze fell on Xiao Wu. He nodded. "Very good. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. There are also soul power fluctuations on your bodies. You should be soul masters, right? Then come meet together. If you can beat me, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, please show me the word scram." The ancestor from 10,000 years ago was so arrogant. Tang Yu thought to himself, "Of course, other than you, beautiful lady." He looked at Tang Yu again, and his gaze became gentle. Tang San and Xiao Wu were suddenly stunned. They looked at Dai Mubai with pity in their eyes. "Lady warrior?" Tang Yu's face was instantly covered by a shadow. However, he resisted the urge to beat him up. After all, he was his ancestor. What if he accidentally killed him? "That's right, beautiful lady. How about we be friends?" Dai Mubai said with a strange look on his face. "Ha! Light Rain, what do you think we should do?" Wang Dong laughed. "Wang Dong, take care, Chiu Chiu." Tang Yu's face turned cold. He handed the kitten in his arms to Wang Dong. So what if he was his ancestor? Even a dragon wouldn't recognize its own kin if one touched its reverse scale. Furthermore, it was a dragon god. "Haha, you're in trouble." Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai and laughed. Tang Yu walked towards the center. "Beautiful lady, you can't be thinking of fighting me, right? I don't hit women, but that doesn't mean that I don't dare to hit women." Dai Mubai's face turned cold. Since the other party didn't give him face, why should he give him face? However, the other party's following actions and words completely angered him. Tang Yu stretched out his right hand, raised his index finger, and hooked it. "Come here, kitty." "What did you say?" Dai Mubai said angrily. White tiger possess. A layer of intense, white light suddenly erupted from his body. Young Master Dai stretched his arms to both sides at the same time. His chest puffed up and his muscles suddenly swelled, causing his clothes to lift. Every muscle became extremely obvious under his clothes. Even the air around him seemed to have become manic. His blonde hair instantly turned black and white. Most of it was white, but a few strands of black hair were especially obvious. For faint lines appeared on his forehead. 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line formed the word Wang. His hands turned into tiger claws. "Ha ha 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 ha. Kitty. Brother, Light Rain was right. He really is a kitty." Xiao Wu laughed. "Xiao Wu, stop messing around. He's a soul elder." Tang Sen said. Xiao Wu's face suddenly became a little worried. "What are you afraid of? You're not worried about Tang Yu, right? Have you forgotten?" Wang Dong said from the side. Their expressions immediately changed back. Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something. "Right? Why should we be worried about him? He's Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, rank 37 soul elder. Please advise me." Dai Mubai announced his martial soul and rank amidst his domineering aura. This represented an official challenge. "You? Kitty, you're not worthy." Tang Yu raised his arrogant head and said disdainfully, "You, she's actually looking down on me." He charged towards Tang Yu and clawed at Tang Yu with his tiger claws. However, Tang Yu stood there motionlessly. "She's actually not releasing her martial soul. She's looking down on me." However, what happened next shocked his eyes. Tang Yu actually used her right hand to receive his tiger claws. She's actually able to receive my tiger claws without using her martial soul? Is she really human? "Kitty, are you trying to tickle me with your claws?" "No. If you're trying to tickle me, you need to use more strength." "Did you not eat?" Tang Yu glanced at him. "You? All right. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Didn't you not know what a scram was before? I'll let you know what a scram is." After Tang Yu finished speaking, she grabbed his cat claws and threw them towards the exit. Dai Mubai turned into an arc and flew out. "This is what a scram is," Tang Yu said indifferently. "Sigh, you're courting death." Tang Sen said softly. "I lost. May I ask your name and your strength?" Dai Mubai said unwillingly. However, there was nothing he could do about it. who asked him to be defeated by her. It was his turn. Tang Yu, 12 years old, level 45 battle soul ancestor. Martial soul. May I ask which one you want to know? I have 3. Z, are you sure? It's clearly 4. Rain. Can I fool him? Also, the most important thing is, I'm a male. Male? Wait. Level 45. He's actually a soul ancestor. Looks like my defeat wasn't unjust. Wait a little longer. He said he has 3 martial souls? 3 martial souls? What the hell? A blow. A blow. A naked blow. It's 2F asterisk king blow. No. He even said he's 12 years old. I don't want to live anymore. Z, alright. Go and die. Mubai. I've thought it through again. I don't want to die anymore. Z, you'd better go and die. Sigh. I lost. I lost in the battle. I lost in terms of martial soul and strength. I even lost in age. I admit defeat. I'll give this room to you. Dai Mubai said a little sorrowfully. However, we'll meet again. Next time, I won't lose again. Dai Mubai said angrily. After he finished speaking, he left with the 2 girls. He's indeed the ancestor. He can still pull himself together after being dealt a blow. Tang Yu thought in his heart. Tang San and Xiao Wu's evening activity skipped. When they reached Old Fu's shop, Light Rain, are these all soul tools? Xiao Wu asked. Yes, although they're just low-level soul tools, they're indeed soul tools. Tang Yu picked up a strange gray fragment. This aura. Kid, are you here to challenge me? Are you saying that my treasures are low-level? Flanders said. Tang Yu ignored him. Hey, kid, say something. Tang Yu still ignored him. You, boss, how much are you selling this fragment for? Tang Yu suddenly asked. This. His eyes turned. It's not expensive. 100 gold soul coins. Profiteer, why don't you go and rob him? Xiao Wu said. Tang Yu took out 100 gold soul coins and said, Here's 100 gold soul coins. Flanders said, Sorry, I'll add 200 gold soul coins. 300 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu couldn't take it anymore. This is extortion. You just said 100, and now it's 300. No wonder you don't have any business. Light Rain, we're not buying anymore. Let's go. You're not changing it. Tang Yu took out 300 gold soul coins. Flanders lazily said, All right, 800 gold soul coins. I'm not changing it. You can take it if you pay. Otherwise, please leave. From 100 to 300, and then from 300 to 800. This time, even Tang San's patience could not hold on any longer. He said to Light Rain, Let's go, Light Rain. Here's 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Keep the change. Tang Yu took out 1,000,000 gold soul coins from his starlight sapphire ring. He wasn't short of money. There were several mountains of gold soul coins in his spectral demiplane, as well as materials for Class 1 to Class 10 soul tools. There were probably tens of millions in this starlight sapphire ring. Tycoon, be friends with me. I have to get this fragment. Wang Dong thought to himself, I've never seen Yuhao want something so much. This fragment, could it be this? Flanders, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were stunned. You're a tycoon. Tang Yu handed the 1,000,000 gold soul coins to Flanders and prepared to leave. Wait, are you selling your ring? Flanders had good eyesight. He could tell that the starlight sapphire was different. It had to be a rare soul tool. Tang Yu stopped and turned around. He pointed the back of his hand at Flanders and said, 5,000,000 gold soul coins. You? Old Fu was speechless. What? You think it's too much? He retracted his thumb and pinky. 3,000,000 gold soul coins. Old Fu was pitiful. He just cheated Tang Yu, and now Tang Yu is cheating him. You think it's too much? Then, Tang Yu retracted his index finger and ring finger, leaving behind a dazzling middle finger. 1,000,000. Ha ha ha. Xiao was already cramping up from laughing. The corner of Tang San's mouth twitched, and he almost laughed out loud. Light Rain was such a scammer. That dazzling middle finger was so awesome. Wang Dong thought, this scene is so familiar. Flanders had never seen such a shrewd kid. He just cheated him, and now he wanted to cheat his money back. He'd been an unscrupulous merchant for many years. He'd always cheated others, and no one had ever cheated him. However, he'd been cheated by a kid today. He'd even been despised by him. Speaking of which, this kid's like an unscrupulous merchant with more experience than me. I don't have money. You don't have money? Are you sure? I have a deal. He could only swallow this loss. Who asked him to want that ring on the street? Light Rain, you're amazing. You cheated that unscrupulous merchant until he was speechless. Xiao said, Light Rain, teach your brother next time. Tang Xin followed. However, is it really okay to give him that beautiful ring? Light Rain, that's a soul storage tool that's even more convenient than my 24 moonlit bridges. Don't worry, third brother. I only gave him a Class 2-1. A Class 2-1 is worth at most 500,000 gold soul coins. He's making a loss in terms of capital. That's equivalent to making an extra 500,000 gold soul coins, even though the money was originally mine. Light Rain, I'm impressed. Of course, my family's Light Rain has cheated many titled Doloa in the past. Wang Dong fanned himself from the side. Oh, Light Rain, you were so amazing in the past. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed. It's nothing. We should go back. We still have to go to the Shrek Academy that Master mentioned tomorrow. Speaking of Shrek, Tang Yu's gaze was a little strange. Shrek, my and Wang Dong's second home. Okay, let's sleep early tonight. Nighttime, in a forest. Teacher, is that you? Tang Yu asked Nan while holding a fragment. His eyes were moist. Tang Yu had many teachers, but there were only 3 who could be called teachers by Tang Yu. One was Muin, who had given him the sovereign's descent. One was Rong Yinbing, who had given him the deity position of emotions and taught him how to cook. And the last one, who had given Tang Yu his 3rd martial soul, taught him necromancy, and opened the eye of life for Tang Yu. The last one, who had dissipated his divine sense in order to save Tang Yu, was the holy necromancer. Necromancer Calamity, Necromancer Electrolux. Although necromancy seemed very scary, it was a very useful martial soul as long as it was used properly. Furthermore, the necromancy that Electrolux had left for Tang Yu before he dissipated was purified. There wasn't a hint of evil in it. He was the person that Tang Yu respected the most. He was also one of the people that Tang Yu wanted to revive the most. Yuhao, is this really a fragment of your teacher's divine sense from another world? Wang Dong asked from the side. It must be. I'm most familiar with teacher's aura. It must be. Suddenly, the fragment lit up, and Tang Yu's aura underwent a huge change. Tang Yu's originally sky blue hair turned gray, and his blue eyes became a lifeless gray. He looked like a god of death that had descended. Following that, a gray soul ring appeared on Tang Yu's right side and started to revolve around him. Following that, another gray soul ring appeared on his left side. It also started to revolve around him. This, Wang Dong was astonished. Teacher, Tang Yu was already crying. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a man, and he was incomparably handsome. His gray hair fluttered in the wind. When Tang Yu saw him from behind, he was stunned. Then he cried, Teacher. Electrolux gently raised his hand and caressed Tang Yu's head. His lips parted slightly as he said, Silly child, it's been hard on you all these years. Teacher will have to stay in your body for a long time. Is that all right? No. Teacher, you can stay as long as you want. Your disciple will find the remaining fragments of your divine sense. When that time comes, you could be resurrected. Tang Yu wiped his tears and said with a smile, Silly child, it's been hard on you. Electrolux then looked at Wang Dong. You're Tang Wudong, right? Oh, yes, senior. Wang Dong said carefully. He could feel that although Electrolux wasn't a god, his spiritual power was actually very strong. His spiritual power was even stronger than Yuhao's. In fact, he hadn't even felt such strong spiritual power from his father. His spiritual power had actually surpassed his father's. If he could become a god, his power would definitely be stronger than his father's. Wang Dong thought, All right, you don't have to call me senior. Tang San's daughter is really polite. You can call me Elder Eeyore. Are you willing to become my disciple? Electrolux said slowly. Shock. He actually knows me? He even knows that Tang San is my father. Tang Yu is also shocked. Teacher actually knows my father-in-law. Isn't it strange? It's no wonder. I haven't seen Tang San in a long time. The two were shocked. He actually called his father-in-law father. Kid. Back then, Tang San met me when he was looking for an inheritor. That kid was surprised by my immense spiritual power, so he asked me for spiritual power cultivation experience. I taught him seriously. At that time, he wanted to thank me and wanted to give his godly position to me. However, that kid's godly position wasn't compatible with mine. Anyway, I felt that it didn't matter to me whether I became a god or not, so I rejected him. I'd rather live a carefree life like Xiaoyao. He called me teacher back then, so he could be considered half a disciple of mine. After knowing that Electrolux was Tang San's teacher, Tang Yu and Wang Dong were very shocked. Can I really learn necromancy? Necromancy has light elements. It's very suitable for you. Teacher, Wang Dong said. Ha ha. Wudong, you'll be my junior sister from now on. Go to hell. Young man. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 4. The next day, at the entrance of a certain village. Brother, Light Rain, did the master make a mistake? No matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like an academy. It can't be a lie, right? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang Sen laughed bitterly. Since we're already here, let's take a look first. Is this the home from 10,000 years ago? Tang Yu and Wang Dong muttered. In front of them was an extremely unbearable little village. There was a table placed at the entrance of the village, and behind the table sat an old man who seemed to be around 60 years old. What made Tang San and Xiao Wu dumbstruck was that there was an arched wooden door at the entrance of the village, and there was a somewhat tattered signboard hanging on it. There were 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 words, there was a green head that looked like the head of a humanoid monster. It was green and somewhat cute. The old man behind the table also had a similar round green emblem on his chest. This should be the emblem of Shrek Academy. At this moment, there were roughly 100 applicants in front of them. Many of them were frowning, evidently having the same thoughts as Xiao Wu. The parents of a youth in front of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Yu were by his side. The youth's mother said, "Are you kidding me? This is the so-called Soul Master Academy, and it's even the academy that claims that graduates can become a Viscount of the Empire?" The youth's father said uncertainly, "This is what the people from the Martial Soul Palace said, so it shouldn't be wrong. But this academy is really a bit shabby." The youth said, "Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'll go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy." No matter what, I was still considered a genius in the elementary academy. The youth's father frowned. "Since we're already here, let's wait a little longer. This might be a test. The Real Academy isn't here." There were definitely many people in the queue who had similar conversations. Most of the youths and their parents had expressions of deep disappointment on their faces. "If you want to come, then come. If you don't, then scram. Stop wasting time here." Tang Yu told those who disagreed with him that if they looked down on Shrek, they were looking down on his family. This made him very angry. Who's talking about me? Who? Everyone was talking about it. At the back. Everyone looked back and their eyes widened. Oh my God, her. Do you want to die? Was she a goddess descending to the mortal world? With her dreamy sky blue hair, blue clothes, and a peerlessly beautiful face. She was the highlight of the scene. Look at your eyes again. Tang Yu resisted the urge to beat him up. If you want to sign up, then do it quickly. If you don't want to hug me, then get lost. Don't get in the way of others, Tang Yu said. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yu in surprise. Light Rain seemed a little strange today. Yeah, I would also be angry if my home was disliked by others. Wang Dong thought to himself. Why are you so overbearing? The youth from before said. Although brat, you're courting death. She was very beautiful. Her words were too, hey, are you still going to sign up? The old man, sitting at the entrance of the village, said. Yes. The youth's father said. The old man lazily said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put in that box." The youth's father hurriedly took out 10 gold soul coins and placed them in a box that was nailed together by a few wooden planks. "Stretch out a hand." The youth stretched out his hand in front of the old man. The old man squeezed his hand twice, then shook his head and said, "You don't meet the age requirement. You can leave now." The youth was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at his father. There weren't many teenagers who matured as early as Tang-san. His father hurriedly smiled and said, "Teacher, my son just celebrated his 13th birthday. Do you think you can make an exception for him?" The old man said impatiently, "Don't affect the people behind you. Don't you know the rules of the academy? We only accept children under the age of 13. We won't accept anyone older than 13. You can leave now." The youth's father said, "Then our registration fee." The old man bluntly said, "Once you sign up, it's not refundable." The youth's father couldn't help but angrily say, "You're clearly scamming us. Refund our registration fee, or we won't leave." If we'd known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so shabby, we wouldn't have come. The old man glanced at him and indifferently said, "Mubai, someone wants their registration fee back. Take care of it." On the ground to the side, a figure suddenly leapt up. "If you want your registration fee back, that's fine too. Beat me and I'll return it all." Dai Mubai didn't waste any words. He immediately activated his soul force and released all 3 of his soul rings, 200-year and 1,000-year. His surging soul force created an invisible pressure in the air. A cold light flashed through his evil eyes as he looked at the father and son duo. The youth's father's expression changed greatly. After saying that they were unlucky, he quickly pulled his son away. 10,000 years ago, home was still home. Tang Yu Wangdong thought. Dai Mubai returned to the side and sat down. His evil eyes coldly swept past the parents and youths behind him. The threat in his eyes was very obvious. The pressure brought about by 3 soul rings wasn't something that an ordinary person could endure. At this moment, he no longer looked like a hedonistic young master. Instead, he looked like a hired thug. After this scene ended, the number of people in the queue immediately decreased by a third. No one was willing to spend money for nothing. Furthermore, the appearance of this Shrek Academy in front of them was truly unflattering. Another youth came in front of the old man. Both of his parents had come with him. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into a wooden box, and the youth obediently extended his hand. The old man squeezed his hand and looked at the youth with his dim eyes. "You're exactly 12 years old. Release your martial soul and let me see it." The youth nodded. Light green soul force was released from his body, and 100-year yellow soul rings circled around his body rhythmically. The aura of a 100-year soul ring was clearly not weak. As soon as his martial soul appeared, a thick and long vine circled around his body. The old man shook his head and said, "You're not qualified. You can leave now." The youth's parents had a confident expression, but when they heard the old man say that their child was not qualified, their expressions immediately froze. His mother couldn't help but ask, "Why? My son is a top student in the elementary academy. Didn't you see that his soul ring is 100-year? There aren't many soul masters with a 100-year soul ring." The old man said indifferently, "It's naturally not bad for his first soul ring to be a 100-year soul ring. However, he's just an ordinary person." The youth's father frowned. "I don't understand what you mean. What he means is very simple. Your son's strength is not enough." Tang Yu shouted from behind the old man. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Dai Mubai looked at Tang Yu, his body suddenly trembled. "He really came to sign up. What do you mean? What do you mean by my strength is not enough?" The youth asked. "Don't you understand? This is Shrek Academy." "What is Shrek?" "Shrek is a kind of monster. Even among soul beasts, it's an extremely strange existence. The meaning of Shrek Academy is that of a monster." "What is a monster?" "A monster is not a human. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, monsters are also known as humans who are not humans. In other words, they're geniuses among geniuses. Therefore, This old man's meaning is that this place only accepts monsters. No, keep, poo, tong, people, Tang Yu said with a solemn expression. Silence. Only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. What kind of damned rule is this? Everyone thought in their hearts. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Tang Yu with astonishment. He actually understood our purpose. This child is not simple. Afterwards, he said, That's right. Just as this child said, we only accept people who are under the age of 13 or whose soul power has reached rank 21 or above. This place only accepts monsters. No, keep, poo, tong, people. As he spoke, the old man suddenly released an incomparably tyrannical aura. Even with Tang San and Xiao Wu's strength, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Tang Yu and Wang Dong directly ignored the pressure. A dense red light was suddenly released from the old man's body, and a long staff with countless fine vein patterns appeared in his right hand. The most terrifying thing was that a total of 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The dazzling light immediately became the focus of everyone present. The 6 soul rings were respectively white, yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. In other words, there was a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul ring. This old man, who looked like an ordinary farmer, was actually a soul emperor-ranked expert who was above rank 60. That was rank 60. Even the entire Bala Kingdom, there were only a handful of soul masters at this level. The staff in the old man's hand fell to the ground, and a low muffled sound spread out. Almost everyone staggered. Of course, this excluded 2 people. If you're not strong enough, then get lost. Next, the old man said in an awe-inspiring manner. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the parents and students instantly disappeared. If a teacher in charge of the registration was above rank 60, then how strong was the teaching staff of the Shrek Academy? However, most of the parents quickly revealed regretful expressions and silently left with their children. Just like the old man had said, reaching rank 20 at the age of 12 was a level that only a monster could reach. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen or so applicants were left in the queue of over 100 people. The old man didn't seem to care about the number of students left and continued with his registration. Those who were able to stay were clearly confident that they could pass the old man's test. The next few youths who registered had soul power above rank 20 and had 2 soul rings. After paying the registration fee of 10 gold coins, the old man told them that they had passed the first test and that they could enter the academy for the second test. Parents couldn't follow the candidates into the academy. Xiao Wu became excited as he looked at the applicants in front of him. He whispered in Tang San's ear, "This academy looks very interesting, especially when that teacher said that they only accept monsters and not normal people. It's so cool." Tang San smiled and said, "Light Rain was the one who said that first. I think Light Rain's words about monsters and not humans are very philosophical." Xiao Wu said again, "Yes. Light Rain, you were so cool." "Huh, it's nothing. I just understood the meaning of Shrek." Tang Yu laughed. Since they were already at the front of the line, they could naturally see Dai Mubai sitting behind the old man. Dai Mubai was not only in charge of holding the line, but also in charge of bringing the students who passed the preliminary test into the academy. Dai Mubai also finally saw Tang San, Tang Yu, and the others. A smile appeared on his cold face as he nodded to them. He then pointed at the old man, spread his hands, and made a helpless expression. He was clearly telling them that they had to rely on their own efforts to register, and he couldn't help them. Just as they were communicating with their eyes, suddenly, a soft sound of surprise pulled Tang San's gaze back. The old man in charge of registration had a bewildered expression on his face. At this moment, a young girl was standing in front of him, and she was withdrawing her outstretched hand. This young girl wasn't accompanied by her parents and was alone. She was wearing a simple white dress that gave people a very clean feeling. She had neat short hair that reached her ears, and she was about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. Because her back was facing Tang San and Xiao Wu, they couldn't see her face. However, from the skin on her neck, they could see that this young girl's skin was very good, and it was extremely white and tender. "Excuse me, can I pass the preliminary test?" The young girl's voice was soft and pleasant, and it lacked a bit of heroic spirit. However, it sounded soft, and it made people feel a little numb. From the way Dai Mubai looked at the young girl, Tang San could guess that this girl must be very beautiful. This was because Dai Mubai's evil eyes no longer revealed coldness, but a light that was like a wolf's. Of course, it was the kind of wolf with color. She was the nine-color goddess Annie Ning Rong Rong. The surprise on the old man's face gradually disappeared. He frowned and said, "Does your family know that you're here?" The young girl didn't answer his question directly. She just smiled and said, "It's said that education doesn't discriminate between backgrounds. As long as I meet the requirements of the academy, you have no reason not to accept me." The old man seemed to hesitate for a moment before he waved his hand at Dai Mubai and said, "Bring her in." The wolf-like light in Dai Mubai's eyes quickly disappeared, and his cold expression returned. He led the young girl into the academy. The remaining students quickly passed the first round of the old man's test. Finally, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. At this time, Dai Mubai had returned to the old man's side after sending off a few students who applied for the test. The remaining students quickly passed the first round of the old man's test. Finally, it was Tang San, Tang Yu, and the others' turn. However, Tang San and Tang Yu suddenly realized that Dai Mubai's eyes had changed. He was staring straight behind them, as if he had seen something incredible. Tang San subconsciously turned around. Although he didn't lose his composure like Dai Mubai, he was secretly shocked. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there was only one other student who applied for the test. She seemed to have just arrived. She was also a girl and looked a little younger than him and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was slightly lowered. Her height was about the same as the girl in the white dress, and her skin was similarly fair. However, this girl gave off a different feeling. Her extremely voluptuous figure was somewhat inconsistent with her age. If one didn't look at her face, it was very likely that she would be mistaken for an adult girl. In particular, her magnificent chest would attract the attention of all men. She had a standard childlike face. In contrast to her voluptuous figure, the girl's expression was very cold. It was a kind of coldness that came from the bottom of her heart. It was a pure coldness, and there wasn't even a trace of anger in her black eyes. This somewhat conflicted with her originally extremely beautiful face. Her four limbs were well-proportioned and slender, and her hands hung naturally by her sides. The deathly coldness that was released from her body was very difficult to adapt to. This grandmother, Annie Zhu, Tang Yu, and Wang Dong thought to themselves. Yes, she was the speed goddess, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's wife, and Yuhao's grandmother. Are you guys going to register? If you're not, don't block my way. The old man's voice pulled Tang San back to reality. Tang San felt a pain in his hand. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that Xiao Wu was fiercely glaring at him. Let's register together. Tang San endured the pain in his hand and placed the 20 gold soul coins that he had prepared beforehand into the wooden box. He stretched out his hand with Xiao Wu. The old man first pinched Xiao Wu's hand, then nodded and said, "Your age is suitable." When his hand moved to Tang San's hand, the soft sound of surprise from before couldn't help but be heard again. The old man seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. He pinched Tang San's hand a few more times, and the expression on his face immediately became strange. He raised his head to look at Tang San and said, "Are you practicing some kind of soul skill?" Tang San's heart trembled. He nodded and said, "Yes." The old man frowned. "Raise your calf." Tang San did as he was told and placed his calf on the table. The old man pinched his calf a few times through his pants, and Tang San immediately felt a wave of soreness and numbness. The old man nodded towards him and said, "Your muscles have developed quite well. Your bone age is suitable. All right, release your martial souls." Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and simultaneously activated the soul power within their bodies. Rabbit ears grew out, and white fur appeared on Xiao Wu's hands. Her body also became even more slender. Jade rabbit possession. The most ordinary blue-silver grass grew out of Tang San's palm. Following the injection of the soul ring's effects, it quickly transformed into the same grass vine that he had fought with Dai Mubai that day. The old man only casually glanced at Xiao Wu before his gaze landed on Tang San. It's actually blue-silver grass. Can blue-silver grass be cultivated so quickly? Tang San smiled and said, Teacher, don't you only accept monsters here? Am I considered a monster? If I'm considered a monster, then what are Light Rain and Wang Dong? A rare smile appeared on the old man's face. You're indeed a little monster. Next, Zhu Qing passed by. Finally, it was a certain two people. Tang Yu and Wang Dong walked over together. Tang Yu had left a deep impression on the old man. I wonder what her martial soul is. What was her martial soul? However, he couldn't figure out Tang Yu's and Wang Dong's bone ages. Grandfather, they're my younger brothers. They're only 12 years old. Tang Sin said, Oh, they've learned soul skills before? Wait, she's actually a man? Yes. All right, release your martial souls. The old man seemed to really want to see their martial souls. Tang Yu and Wang Dong released their martial souls at the same time. Tang Yu's eyes suddenly turned a dreamy blue rose gold color and released an unusually dazzling radiance. A pair of beautiful butterfly wings grew out of Wang Dong's back, but there were strange dragon scales on the edges of the wings. His body was dyed with a radiant color. They had no choice but to activate their martial souls to resist the pressure, but it was useless. On the other hand, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were already used to their pressure, had already developed an antibody and could even be used to temper their bodies. What martial souls are these? The old man, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Qing were stunned. This was the first time that Dai Mubai had seen Tang Yu use his martial soul. But what martial soul is this? Fortunately, Tang San and Xiao Wu were already used to it. They could only laugh bitterly at the side. These two brats. Afterwards, the old man, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Qing were stunned again. Why? Because of their soul rings. Tang Yu's soul ring was actually 1 white and 3 black. Wang Dong's was actually 4 black. The old man's jaw dropped. Dai Mubai already wanted to die. Zhu Qing looked at them in astonishment. They were actually soul ancestors that were over rank 40. How did they manage to maintain the age of their soul rings? Then, did we pass? Tang Yu asked. May I ask if you're human? The old man lowered his status and asked. We're not. We're monsters. Monsters among monsters. Isn't this an academy that accepts monsters? We only came here because this is an academy that accepts monsters. Tang Yu and Wang Dong said in unison as they withdrew their martial souls. What kind of logic is this? They only came here because this is an academy that accepts monsters. It's also strange that they've never seen martial souls with such strength and soul rings. They're monsters. The old man thought to himself, Ha ha, good. You passed. Mubai, take them there. Oh good. Follow me. Dai Mubai regained his senses and said. On the way, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing several times. Xiao Wu unhappily said, What are you looking at? Are you trying to harm a girl again? Dai Mubai said, What do you know? I can feel that the aura on that girl's body is very similar to mine. Not only are we similar, we even have a feeling that we complement each other. It's extremely difficult to find a martial soul that complements each other. But once you do, the strength of your martial soul will increase exponentially if you join forces. This is the so-called martial soul fusion skill. Xiao Wu laughed. Is that so? That girl's martial soul should be a tigress, right? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Dai Mubai's face as he said, Probably. Zhu Qing looked fiercely at Dai Mubai. I think it's not a tigress, but a kitten. Is it a netherworld civet? Tang Yu said as he stroked the golden kitten behind them. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped. You actually saw through it, she said in surprise. My martial soul has the ability to predict and can see through the soul power and martial soul of others. Tang Yu said, what? Predict the future. It even has the ability to see through things? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were shocked. Predict the future? See through things? How is that possible? What martial soul is this? Of course, I can't predict things that far in the future. Currently, I can only predict things that will happen within a year. Once I become stronger, I'll be able to predict the future. But every time I make a prediction, I'll only have a little bit of soul power left. The consumption is extremely large, Tang Yu said. Tang San and Xiao Wu already knew. Their expressions were even more interesting than Dai Mubai's. My martial soul has the light attribute, the radiant dragon god butterfly, Wang Dong said. The light attribute and the bloodline of a dragon? These two attributes are very rare, Dai Mubai said in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing was the same. Were the two of them sent by the heavens to attack us? That's right. You guessed it right. They were sent by me to attack you. Selling sausages, selling sausages. Take a look, pass by, don't miss it. Oscar sausages are delicious and sweet. They're cheap and plentiful. They're only 5 copper coins each. After eating Oscar sausages, I guarantee that you'll have an easier time passing the entrance exam. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Yu, and Wang Dong turned their heads to look. Not far from them, they saw a person pushing a cart and hawking his wares. The aroma of meat wafted out from a cart. Some of the students in line had already walked over to buy some. The person standing behind the cart was dressed in a simple gray robe. He had neat short hair and a full beard, but he had a pair of large peach blossom eyes. As he looked around, he specifically looked at the girls in the line. Xiao Wu naturally couldn't escape his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft female voice could come from the mouth of such a boorish man. Tang Sen looked toward Xiao Wu and said, there's still a few people in front of us. You guys didn't eat much for breakfast. Do you want to eat a sausage? Xiao Wu tilted her head and said, it smells pretty good. Let's try it. Tang Yu and Wang Dong kept looking at the person who was selling the wheat sausages. It's Uncle Ao, Tang Yu and Wang Dong thought. Culinary god Oscar. Martial soul sausages, a famous chef in the god realm. Although he's not as famous as Old Rong and Light Rain, he's still pretty good. He's good at making sausages, and he's famous in the god realm. Although he's not as famous as Yuhao's roasted fish, he seems to be very good at making sausages. Although it's not as good as the Hua clan's roasted fish, it's still in the top 10 of the god realm's gourmet rankings. The Hua clan's roasted fish is first, while the Ao clan sausages are third. How can they be compared? Yuhao was once the champion of the god realm's gourmet competition, while little Ao was second. What? You're asking me why I'm not Old Rong? He's the host. I'm not going to tell you that Old Rong hates sausages. What did I just say? Underscore? Tang San, do you really want to eat his sausages? Dai Mubai asked strangely. Why underscore? Don't they taste good? Tang Sen asked. No, Sai. Wait. Oscar, Dai Mubai shouted. Hey, Boss Dai, why did you call me little Ao? Oscar ran over. Tang Sen smiled and said, Uncle, can I trouble you to give me 2 sausages? Oscar's face suddenly stiffened, and so did Dai Mubai. What did you call me? Tang Sen was stunned. I called you uncle. Is there a problem? Oscar smiled bitterly. Of course there's a problem, and it's a big problem. Brother, I'm only 14 this year, and you're calling me uncle? You're only 14? Tang Sen looked at the person in front of him in shock. Dai Mubai said, that's right, his name is Oscar. He's 14 this year, and he's a freshman at the Shrek Academy. You can't call him uncle just because his hair is a little thicker. He has his dignity. Tang Sen was speechless for a while. Looking at Oscar's thick beard, he thought to himself, his hair is not something that can be explained by a little lush. You're really only 14? Tang Sen couldn't help but ask. Oscar nodded affirmatively and said, of course, I'm a student of the academy. You can ask anyone and they'll know that I'm 14. Okay, little Ao, make a sausage. Tang Yu almost laughed out loud because he still remembered the soul spell that Uncle Ao chanted when he invited him to eat sausages after he came to the divine realm. But this reminded him of his second senior brother, and his eyes became a little moist. His eldest senior brother and the others later died of old age on the road. Was there a way for them to live forever? At this time, a plan appeared in Light Rain's mind. This would allow the close relatives and friends of Yuhao to break the limits of human beings 10,000 years later. There would be a new change in the world, and they would instantly become gods. But this is a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Oscar's expression suddenly became awkward. Boss Dai, there's no need for that. We've been classmates for a few years, after all. You'll make the new junior brother resent me. Dai Mubai snorted and said, I'm just reminding Tang San and the others. Tang San is my brother, and he won't fall for your trick. Hurry up, don't make me do it. Oscar obviously couldn't afford to offend Dai Mubai, so he helplessly stretched out his right hand and said in a wretched and soft voice, I have a big sausage. A yellow light suddenly condensed in his palm, and 2 yellow halos rose from under Oscar's feet. Then, a sausage that was exactly the same as the one in Tang San's hand appeared in his palm. When Tang San heard Oscar say, I have a big sausage, his whole body froze. This sentence was too ambiguous. Let's not talk about the quality of the sausage or whether it was edible. Just based on what Oscar said, he didn't dare to eat it. Xiao Wu felt a little nauseous and almost vomited. Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of disgust. Oscar hurriedly explained, I didn't have a choice. When I use a food-type martial soul, I have to use a different soul incantation if I want to make the food change. This sentence of mine was an incantation, not something I wanted to shout. Furthermore, there's absolutely no problem with the quality of my sausage. Tang San quickly put the sausage in his hand back on the charcoal stove. You should keep your sausage for yourself. Brother Dai, thank you for your reminder. Xiao Wu, Light Rain, Wang Dong, let's go. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. However, Tang had already walked towards Oscar, paid him, picked up 2 sausages, and gave one to Wang Dong. Xiao, Rain. Tang San looked at him and Wang Dong in surprise. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also. They bit into it. Fragrant, crispy, chewy, delicious. Seeing the 2 of them eating with relish, Oscar was stunned. This was the first time a freshman dared to eat his sausage, and with relish. Oh, fragrant. I haven't eaten this sausage in a long time. Wang Dong said. Oh, Wang Dong, what did you say just now? Tang San asked. Wang Dong covered his mouth. Wang Dong means he hasn't eaten this kind of sausage in a long time. I used to make sausages for him. Tang Yu immediately said. Oh, Light Rain knows how to make sausages? Xiao Wu said. Yes, although I haven't done it in a long time. Then, I'll leave tonight's dinner to you, Xiao Wu said. Why don't you buy Senior Ao's sausage? This is very delicious. Light Rain, don't you find it disgusting? Tang San asked. No, it's very delicious. Tang Yu and Wang Dong said. Woo-woo. My 2 juniors, you're the first to praise my sausages. From now on, you're my brothers. You can eat as much as you want. Scram, Oscar. I still have to take them to the exam. Dai Mubai scolded. Yes, Xiao Ao will scram now. They finally made it through. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Let's go. I'll take you to pass the exam. There's no need to line up. Tang San said, That's not very good. Dai Mubai said, Don't worry, I'm not being biased. This is the treatment you deserve. As he spoke, he led them to the front of the line. The person in charge of the second round of exams was also an older teacher. Because Tang San had gone to buy sausages earlier, he hadn't had the time to see what the content of the exam was. Dai Mubai walked to the teacher's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Then, he pointed at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Yu and Wang Dong. The teacher seemed very surprised. He nodded and said, All right, you can take them directly to the 4th round. If they pass, they'll be accepted. Dai Mubai returned to Tang San's side and was about to lead them deeper into the academy. However, the examinees lining up didn't want to. A male examinee said, Teacher, what's going on? Why can they enter the fourth round without taking the exam? Why do we have to pass through the rounds one by one? The older teacher said indifferently, if your soul power is above rank 25, or if it's above rank 40, then you can directly take the fourth round without wasting time here. However, your soul power is only at rank 21, so you have to pass through the rounds one by one. The male examinee was shocked. Their soul power is above rank 25 and rank 40. That's impossible. We're only 12 years old. How can we have such high soul power? The ones who were able to stand here were all youths whose soul power was above rank 21 and who weren't older than 13 years old. In the original elementary academy, existences like them were undoubtedly the stars that everyone revolved around. However, after coming to Shrek Academy, they had repeatedly hit a wall, so it was inevitable that their moods would change. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. If you can't do it, don't think that others can't either. When I entered the academy, my soul power was at rank 25. Tang San, Tang Yu, show them your soul power. As he spoke, he picked up a white crystal from the table and threw it to Tang San. Tang Yu directly caught it, then crushed it and said, "It's too troublesome. Just release your martial soul and show your soul rings." After saying that, a wave of pressure appeared, and the surrounding temperature directly dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius. A pair of ice-blue dragon wings spread out behind Tang Yu's back, and a very long scorpion tail appeared. But the most terrifying thing was that 4 black and red soul rings appeared behind it. The pressure suppressed the surrounding people, making them unable to move. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they were facing an awakened dragon. This black soul rings isn't human. Wah, Mommy, I saw a monster. Mommy, I want Mommy. This school is too scary. Mommy, I want to go home. Woo woo woo. Wah 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 wah. The scene became chaotic. This is his second martial soul. Dai Mubai, who was possessed by his martial soul, trembled. Zhu Zhuqing and the teacher were also trembling with fear. On the other hand, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Dong were fine. Wang Dong wasn't afraid of pressure in the first place, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Dong were already familiar with it. It was just that it was a little colder. Okay, put it away. Dai Mubai trembled. Tang Yu put away his martial soul, then looked at the fearful gazes around him. He raised his thumb, then turned it 180 degrees and pressed it down. Complete discrimination. Belittling. This guy, he's not human at all. What a blow. He seems to have another martial soul. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Dong also released their martial souls, belittling everyone once more. This year's monsters are too scary. The teacher trembled. A clear voice rang out. Teacher, I think I should be exempt from the second round. Chapter 5. In the dormitory, Wang Dong placed Tang Yu on the bed and sat beside the bed. He looked at Tang Yu quietly. This guy is still so desperate. When someone hurts his family, he's like a madman. However, I like this side of him. He got up slowly and leaned his head towards Tang Yu. He kissed him lightly on the lips and was about to go to sleep. However, a weak voice sounded, Yuhao. Wang Dong turned around and looked at Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu's face was pale. It was already good that he could wake up. However, it was better to use the Dragon God less in the future. It was too easy to lose control. Although it was a cheat, there would be a period of weakness after using it. During that time, he wouldn't be able to do anything other than use a bit of his spiritual power. Father-in-law, how is he? Tang Yu was a little worried. It's okay. Father is very powerful. He just fainted. Yuhao, it's better for you to use the Dragon God less in the future. Do you know how worried I was about you? Wang Dong hugged him and said, Yes, my wife. Wang Dong, take me out tonight. A good show is about to start. Tang Yu smiled mysteriously. Wang Dong didn't know what he was talking about at first. However, he suddenly felt something and smiled mysteriously. Yes, we can't miss this good show. At night, somewhere come out. I know you're here. Zhao Wuji shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he completed his martial soul possession immediately. 7 soul rings surrounded his body and moved rhythmically, flashing with a dazzling light. A black figure slowly walked out from behind a big tree. This person's entire body was covered in black clothes. Even his head was covered in a black hood. From his appearance, one could only tell that he was a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wuji shouted coldly. After completing the possession of his martial spirit, the great power King Kong Bear, his entire body was emitting a wild aura. The black-clothed man didn't answer his question directly. He only said indifferently, "I only want to compare notes with the immovable Wisdom King in this small place." He hadn't exercised for a long time. "While you're at it." Before he could finish speaking, the black-clothed man slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a black light condensed in his palm and transformed into a huge object. At the same time, a total of 9 soul rings quietly appeared on his body. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings didn't move rhythmically like Zhao Wuji's. Instead, they stopped at different positions on the black-clothed man's body, completely enveloping his body. 9 soul rings were already a terrifying existence, especially his last soul ring, which was red. He knew what this represented. It was a 100,000-year soul ring. Seeing the 9 soul rings released by the black-clothed man in front of him, Zhao Wuji felt as if he had been splashed with cold water, and his entire body shivered. As a soul sage, he was well aware of the gap between high-level soul masters. After rank 60 and above, not to mention a difference of 1 stage, even a difference of 1 level would make a difference in strength. On the surface, he should be around 20 ranks away from the black-clothed man in front of him, but he was very clear that the gap between him and this black-clothed man was even greater than the gap between his soul power and Tang San's. Titled, Zhao Wuji's immovable Wisdom King's body trembled a little as he spat out these 4 words with difficulty. Zhao Wuji hurriedly bowed. "May I ask which senior has come? Don't joke with this little one. How am I qualified to compare notes with you?" "Nonsense. This was a titled Doloa. You're not Huogua," the black-clothed man said indifferently. "What's there to be qualified about? When you bullied those kids during the day, didn't you do a good job too? Although you were beaten up by one of them in the end, I suddenly realized that bullying people feels pretty good. Let me bully you too. Of course, you can take it that I'm bullying the weak." The black-clothed man didn't release any strong aura as he walked towards Zhao Wuji step by step with that huge weapon in his hand. Zhao Wuji's mind raced. There were only a few titled Doloa on the continent, and every one of them had a name. This Doloa in front of him clearly had a tool soul, and it was even rarer for a titled Doloa to cultivate a tool soul to the level of a titled Doloa. Who exactly was he? Suddenly, the black-clothed man stopped 10 meters away from Zhao Wuji. "Since you're here, come out. What's the difference between 1 and 2? Flanders?" A figure flickered, and another person appeared beside Zhao Wuji. When this person appeared, Zhao Wuji's expression relaxed a little. "Boss, this senior." The newcomer waved his hand at Zhao Wuji, indicating that he shouldn't speak. Faced with the invisible pressure, the newcomer had no choice but to release his martial soul. A pair of huge wings stretched out from his back, and his entire body was covered with a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow pupils were vertical, and 7 soul rings that were the same color as Zhao Wuji's appeared, circling around his body rhythmically. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Not only did this person have no intention of attacking, he even bowed respectfully to the black-clothed man. Zhao Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. After hearing his companion's words, he finally knew who this person in front of him was. His heart shrank. Heavens, when did I provoke this terrifying person? This person in front of him was known as the strongest person in the world of soul masters, a titled Doloa. Compared to him, his strength was just the light of a firefly. The black-clothed man said coldly, "No need to be so polite. I'm here to cause trouble for him. Not you, the main battle soul master of the Golden Iron Triangle." Flanders nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I don't know how Zhao Wuji offended Your Majesty. Can you give me some face?" The black-clothed man said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense, stand aside. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too. Zhao Wuji, I'll give you a chance. I won't use my martial soul. If you can last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll leave immediately without another word. Otherwise, you have to do something for me." Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I really don't understand how I've offended you. Can you make it clear first?" His meaning was very clear. Even if he had to die with an understanding. Humph. After beating up the young, the old naturally has to stand up for justice. This is a matter of course. Bang, bang, boom, boom, Ah screams. After 10 breaths of time. "Zhao Wuji, do you understand?" The black-clothed man said indifferently. Flanders finally dared to come over and help Zhao Wuji up from the ground. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji's face was full of gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." The black-clothed man turned to the side and shouted into the forest. "After watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? Light rain." Zhao Wuji and Flanders looked at the oak forest in surprise. They didn't feel anyone. Two 12-year-old children walked out from the forest. One was incomparably handsome. The other was stunningly beautiful, but he actually didn't have a chest. The handsome youth supported the stunningly beautiful child. The stunningly beautiful child smiled at the black-clothed man and said, "Father, you're here." Wasn't he Tang Hao? Father? Zhao Wuji and Flanders looked at Tang Yu in surprise. "Don't misunderstand. Light Rain is my adopted son." "But Light Rain, you still don't plan to find your family?" "It's okay, my family is here, right?" Tang Yu said with a smile. Tang Hao looked meaningfully at this adopted son of his. "This child, is your brother okay?" Yes. Third brother is fine." "That's good. I'll have to ask you to take care of your brother in the future." After Tang Hao finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Wuji and Flender. His lips opened slightly as he said something. They listened attentively, and during that time, they looked at Tang Yu in shock. "I'll have to trouble you in the future." The black-clothed man's voice was no longer cold, but it was still very calm. Behind the black mask, there was a hint of warmth in his deep eyes. After saying this last sentence, his figure flashed and disappeared quietly. "Huh, profiteer, so you're the principal here." Although Tang Yu knew that Flanders was the principal, he still had to pretend. Flanders and Zhao Wuji were speechless. Who asked Tang how to tell them that Tang Yu wasn't human? No one wanted to provoke someone who had a soul beast backing him. Early in the morning, somewhere, Tang San, Tang Yu, and the other three were walking towards the dining hall. "It was my fault yesterday. I didn't protect you well," Tang San said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shook her head and stuck out her cute little pink tongue. "That teacher is too powerful. How can I blame you? Didn't Light Rain take revenge for me?" Fortunately, there wasn't a Contra-level powerhouse. Tang San asked curiously, "How do you know that there isn't a Contra-level Soul Master in the academy?" Teacher Zhao is only the vice principal. Maybe the principal is a Contra-level Soul Master? Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment and said. Tang Yu continued, "If there was a Contra, this school wouldn't be so miserable, Tang San was speechless. Tang Yu had already recovered. Nonsense. Who would dare to underestimate Hua Gua's recovery ability? Tang San was really speechless towards this younger brother of his. With sharp tongue. As they walked, they saw a man and a woman arguing not far in front of them. The young man and woman didn't look very old. The girl seemed to be 14 or 15 years old. Her appearance was ordinary, but she was full of youthfulness. Dressed in simple farmer's clothes, they should be the children of the villagers in the village. The young man who was arguing with her looked younger. He seemed to be about the same age as Tang San and Xiao Wu, or maybe a little younger. He wasn't tall. Although he was chubby, he gave off a very strong feeling. She had short red hair, small eyes, and a chubby face. She looked quite cute. "Ma Hongjun, don't look for me in the future. I won't be with you anymore," Little Fatso said in a strange voice. "Suhua, am I not good to you? Why did you break up with me?" Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Children nowadays were really in love early. They were talking about breaking up at such a young age. The two of them couldn't help but stop and watch from the side with interest. Tang Yu and Wang Dong looked at the child called Ma Hongjun. He must be Uncle Ma. Ma Hongjun, Phoenix God, Rank 2 God, one of the Shrek 7, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Speaking of Evil Fire Phoenix, he seems to be Sister Xiaodao's ancestor, right? Looks like I have to help Uncle Ma. Evil fire isn't a good thing. Tang, you seem to think of the unknown things that happened with Sister Xiaodao in Poseidon Lake. Sowa's face suddenly turned red. You're good to me, but I can't stand you. We're not suitable for each other. You should find someone else. Besides, I'm a few years older than you. Please, don't look for me in the future. Little fatso, Ma Hongjun said angrily. What do you mean you can't stand me? I really don't understand what you girls are thinking. We can break up. If you do it with me again, I'll break up with you. Otherwise, no way. As he spoke, little fatso raised his hand to pull Suehua. Suehua was like a panicked little rabbit as she hurriedly retreated. However, little fatso was very fast and still managed to grab her hand. Suehua begged, no, don't. Just let me go. Are you even human? Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out. Stop. Little Fatso and Suehua looked towards them. Fatso blinked his small eyes, which shone brightly. What beautiful girls. What? Do you want to replace her as my girlfriend? Sure, no problem. I agree. Bullshit. Xiao Wu was furious. He kicked the hand that was grabbing Suehua and kicked his hand away. Tang Yu suppressed his anger. He was Sister Xiaodao's ancestor. If he accidentally killed him, you little hooligan. Don't tell me you want to snatch a girl in broad daylight. Little Fatso's face immediately darkened. This is our business. Don't meddle in other people's business. Since you don't want to be my woman, get lost. Xiao Wu was about to make a move, but Tang San and Tang Yu appeared in front of her. You Ma Hongjun, right? Please don't provoke this girl anymore. Ma Hongjun snorted disdainfully. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you looking for trouble? Tang San and Tang Yu's faces darkened. Tang Yu said, Who are you talking about? Ma Hongjun said, You're talking about me. Oh, hello, you dog. Tang Yu said contemptuously. You played me? Ma Hongjun only reacted now. Yes, you dog. Tang Yu said, Ha ha ha, you dog. You. Martial soul possession. After the martial soul possession, a purplish-red light rushed out of Ma Hongjun's body. The short hair on his head suddenly grew long and gathered toward the center, turning into a Mohican-style hairstyle. As soon as the purplish-red light came out of his body, it immediately released an intense heat. 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet at the same time, and long feathers extended from his exposed thick arms. His hands also turned into claws. Is this a chicken? Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Why is it different from Sister Xiaodao's evil fire phoenix? I think it's a chicken. Ha! Xiao Wu laughed. Ma Hongjun seemed to have been touched and flew into a rage. Who are you calling a chicken? Who's a chicken? I'm a phoenix. He raised his hands, and the first soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out a thin purplish-red flame in Xiao Wu's direction. The high heat caused the air to distort. The purplish-red flame didn't look intense, but it stretched out in the air like a line of fire. Be careful. Tang San waved his right hand, and a long blue vine wrapped around Xiao Wu's soft and slender waist, pulling her to his side and dodging Ma Hongjun's flame. Tang Yu rushed out and waved one hand. Sizzle. The flame turned into steam, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. You're very powerful, girl. Ma Hongjun courted death. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun with dead eyes. Ha ha, am I very powerful? Then, let me help you solve your evil fire problem. Tang Yu said coldly. You? Ma Hongjun said in surprise. But before he could say anything, Tang Yu moved and appeared in front of him in an instant. So fast. Ma Hongjun was shocked. Tang Yu put a hand on his shoulder and shouted, Freeze! The sound of ice freezing was heard. In a breath's time, the ice fog dissipated and a fat ice sculpture appeared in front of Tang Yu. Stop fighting. Please help him defrost. Okay? Miss Chui Hua suddenly said. Miss Chui Hua, what are you doing? Xiao Wu looked at Chui Hua's concern for Ma Hongjun and couldn't help but be confused. Wasn't this fatso bullying her before? Why was it now? Chui Hua begged, stop fighting. Actually, Hongjun is a good person. It's just that we're not suitable for each other. So I can only break up with him. Please defrost him and let me talk to him. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Tang San and Light Rain, what are you doing? This ice sculpture. Fatso? Tang San and the rest looked in the direction of the voice at the same time and saw Dai Mubai, who was dressed in white and had neatly combed hair, walking towards them. Xiao Wu snorted and pointed at a certain guy who was frozen into an ice sculpture. What's going on? You can ask him. This fatso bullied a girl in broad daylight. We couldn't stand it, so we asked Light Rain to teach him a lesson. Dai Mubai's cold face suddenly couldn't help but smile. I think you've misunderstood. Light Rain, please defrost him. I'm begging you. Tang Yu nodded and walked in front of the ice sculpture and patted it lightly. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, and the fatty hugged her body. His entire body was trembling, and he kept sneezing, emitting his own flames to keep himself warm. Hongjun. Chui Hua looked at Ma Hongjun. You, go. Aren't you also unable to bear it? Ma Hongjun said with a slightly dejected expression. Chui Hua blushed and turned to run. This time, Ma Hongjun didn't stop her. He only had a dejected look on his face. Tang San walked to Dai Mubai's side and asked doubtfully, what's going on? Dai Mubai looked at Fatso and said, do you want to say it yourself? Or do you want me to say it for you? Ma Hongjun glanced at Dai Mubai, lowered his head and said, you say it. Before Dai Mubai could speak, a voice sounded. Is it because of the evil flame? The one who spoke was Tang Yu. Light Rain, you know about the evil flame? Dai Mubai said in surprise. Tang Yu nodded and said, his martial spirit is a phoenix, right? Hearing the two words phoenix, Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts trembled. Among the beast martial spirits, there were a few particularly powerful ones. One of them was the phoenix. The phoenix was also known as the rainbow bird. It was undoubtedly the king of all birds. The phoenix martial spirit not only gave the host the ability to fly, but also gave the host a powerful fire-type attack. It was the best among the strong, combat-type martial spirits. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at Tang Yu in shock. However, it doesn't seem to be a pure phoenix. The real phoenix's flames are the ultimate fire. It's an ultimate martial spirit that can compete with my ultimate ice. Yuhao's ultimate ice has reached absolute zero, and it even feels like it's about to break through absolute zero. However, your phoenix's flames seem to have evil impurities. It should be the evil flame. This martial spirit is called the evil flame phoenix. It's not bad. Ma Hongjun was shocked. She knew about it. Also, I've suppressed your evil flame. It should be fine for a month. Ma Hongjun felt for a moment. It was really suppressed. Tears streamed down his face. This damned evil flame finally. Beautiful lady, thank you. Crack, crack. An ice sculpture appeared again. In the dining room, you're a man? Ma Hongjun looked at Tang Yu in shock. Tang Yu stretched out his right hand. Stop, stop, stop. I'm wrong. Ma Hongjun said hurriedly. Crack, crack, crack. A certain person was frozen into an ice sculpture again. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong looked at Fatso pitifully. After a while, Fatso, who was covered with a blanket, said in a trembling voice, Dai, boss, I heard the new students beat up teacher Zhao, who is so strong. Dai Mubai pointed at Tang Yu, who was eating quietly at the side. Ma Hongjun trembled and looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. Him? Teacher Zhao is a rank 76 soul sage. I don't believe it. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Tang Yu. He's 12 years old, and he's a rank 46 soul warrior. Dai Mubai said. What? Rank 4. 46? Ma Hongjun was shocked. More importantly, Dai Mubai whispered something in his ear. Ma Hongjun was shocked. San Sheng. He covered his mouth again to prevent himself from shouting. This guy, is he here to attack me? Dai Mubai also told Ma Hongjun the names and martial souls of the 5 newcomers, including Tang San. As for their strength, he did not explain too much. He only hinted to Ma Hongjun that it was best not to provoke Tang San or Tang Yu. After the introduction, Dai Mubai continued, "Everyone will live and cultivate together in the future. There's no need to be too restrained with the way you address me. Including the newcomers, there are only 9 people in the academy. Xiao Ao and Fatso call me Boss Dai because I'm older than them. You can just call me Mubai. Ma Hongjun can just call him Fatso. As for Oscar, you can call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Big Sausage. Tang San, Tang Yu, Wang Dong. How about I call you Little Third? Light Rain, Little Dong?" Tang San, Tang Yu, Wang Dong nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Without waiting for Dai Mubai to talk about her, Ning Rongrong straightforwardly said, "You can just call me Rongrong. That's what my family and friends call me." There was naturally no need to change the way she addressed Xiao Wu. When Dai Mubai's gaze landed on Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and said, "I'm full." With that, she turned and walked out. Ma Hongjun said to Dai Mubai in surprise, "Boss Dai, aren't you known as the Lady Killer? Aren't you known as the Lady Killer? Why isn't this newcomer willing to even look at you?" Dai Mubai forced a smile and shook his head, but didn't explain. Tang San said to Dai Mubai, "Mubai, we're all newcomers. Tell us about the academy's rules and curriculum." Dai Mubai reluctantly withdrew his thoughts from Zhu Zhuqing and said, "The academy doesn't have any special rules. Simply put, you can't rape or pillage, but you're encouraged to fight and gamble." Dai Mubai explained, "The teachers believe that fighting is the best shortcut to familiarizing yourself with your martial soul. It's extremely important to increase your actual combat experience. Gambling is a mental game. It's very beneficial to strengthen one's mental fortitude, as well as one's observation and judgment. Of course, there's a limit to everything. Simply put, you can't kill people in battle, but it's fine as long as you don't lose your pants in gambling. As for the curriculum, I don't know about it in the future, because our curriculum can change at any time. After all, we only have a few people, and the number of teachers is even more than the number of students. Thus, the academy will adjust the curriculum according to our individual circumstances. However, I'm sure that the most important part of today's curriculum is to collect money. The academy's annual tuition fee is 100 gold coins. For soul grandmasters like you, there shouldn't be any problems." Hearing Dai Mubai say this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but interrupt. "Boss Dai, you said yesterday that the academy is very poor. But why is the academy poor? The teachers we met range from level 60 to level 70. According to their ranks, the amount of subsidies they can receive from the Martial Soul Palace is an astronomical figure. It shouldn't be much to support such a small academy." According to Xiao Wu's estimations, a Soul Master's allowance was 1 gold coin a month, a Soul Grandmaster's allowance was 10 gold coins, a Soul Elder's allowance was 100 gold coins, a Soul Ancestor's allowance was 1,000 gold coins, a Soul King's allowance was 10,000 gold coins, and a Soul Emperor's allowance was 100,000 gold coins a month. Not to mention, Zhao Wuji, who they had faced yesterday, was a Soul Sage. 1 million gold coins a month was a frightening figure. That's impossible. Sister Xiao Wu, if it's really like what you said, the Martial Soul Palace would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Tang Yu said as he ate. "What do you mean?" Xiao Wu didn't understand. "It's very simple. Soul Emperors receive 100,000 gold coins a month, and Soul Sages receive 1,000,000 gold coins a month. Contra and titled Doluo don't even need to think about it. There are many academies in the Doluo continent, and there are many Soul Masters in the advanced academies. Contra has to at least have one. If that's the case, does the Martial Soul Palace have that many resources? Furthermore, they need resources too. Therefore, they can't possibly give subsidies to Soul Ancestors and above. There are many Soul Ancestors and above on the continent. They can't afford it." This, Xiao Wu thought about it. It seemed to be true. If all the subsidies on the continent were added together, it was simply No matter how rich the Martial Soul Palace was, they couldn't possibly give subsidies to so many soul masters. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and said, "That's right." Just like what Light Rain said. The Martial Soul Palace's subsidies are all funded by the Empire and distributed by the Martial Soul Palace. The subsidies are only given to Soul Elders. Every month, they receive 100. Soul Ancestors and above are unable to receive any subsidies from the Martial Soul Palace. Every month, when you go to the Martial Soul Palace to receive your subsidies, there will be a soul power test, right? That test will determine if your soul power exceeds rank 40. Once you exceed rank 40, the subsidies will immediately stop. Therefore, the Empire has stipulated that the subsidies are only given to encourage and help low-rank soul masters to cultivate and increase their strength as quickly as possible. However, once you reach rank 40 and above, you're considered a relatively strong soul master. You can choose to pledge your loyalty to the Empire or join the army. If that's the case, the Empire will give you a corresponding reward. Of course, soul masters also have the freedom to choose. If you join a certain family, you can obtain a considerable amount of income. Dai Mubai had a look of admiration on his face. As for the teachers of our academy, they're all soul masters who aren't willing to rely on any power. In other words, before the academy was established, they were all lone wolves. They're all lone wolves. They like freedom and hate restrictions. They're even disdainful of the titles given by the Empire. Think about it. Under these circumstances, what kind of income can they obtain? Xiao Wu asked, why aren't they willing to receive the titles given by the Empire? With a title, they should be able to obtain a certain amount of income. I remember that at rank 30 and above, they'll be able to obtain the title of Baron. Rank 40 is Viscount. After that, there's no more. Ning Rongrong answered her question for Dai Mubai. After accepting the title of Baron, they have the obligation to pledge their loyalty to the Empire. Once a war breaks out, under the Empire's premonition, as a noble of the Empire, they have to obey the Empire's orders. Although the title of a noble is good, it's also a restrictive curse. Many powerful soul masters won't accept the title of a noble because they don't want to work for others. To put it bluntly, they're just puppets of the Martial Soul Palace and the Empire. Tang Yu said in disgust. Everyone was shocked. This guy was so straightforward. At this moment, suddenly, there was a clanging sound outside. Dai Mubai hurriedly stood up and said, "This is the sound of the bell for the dean to summon us. Fatso, take them directly to the sports field. I'll call Zhu Qing." He quickly left the cafeteria. Ma Hongjun looked at his back as he left and muttered, "Boss Dai seems to have changed a little. I've never seen him care so much about a woman before." Ning Rongrong giggled and said, "How old are you? You're still talking about women." Ma Hongjun snorted and said proudly, "Although I'm not old, I've had a woman before. No matter what, I've had a woman before. Let's go." The dean doesn't like people to be late. At this point, his body seemed to shiver. It was obvious that he had suffered before. When the six of them arrived at the sports field, Oscar was already there with sleepy eyes. He was eating a sausage he made himself. Oscar's appearance had changed dramatically. It was mainly reflected in this. The beard on his face was gone. When he saw him, Tang Sen almost couldn't recognize him. The Oscar who had shaved off his beard. He looked completely different. This is Uncle Ao. Tang Yu thought. Your beard. Tang Sen walked to Oscar's side and stood still. He couldn't help but point at his face. Oscar chuckled and quickly ate the sausage in his hand. He said in a low voice, "Aren't there a few new beauties? If you don't look more energetic, how can you get their attention? You don't have any experience in this area. Boss Dai has obviously taken a fancy to that ice-cold girl. Xiao Wu is yours. That trap, haha, let's just laugh and not talk, is Wang Dong's. Fatso's evil fire doesn't attract girls. Therefore, my target is Ning Rongrong. You won't fight with me, right?" Tang San patted his forehead. "May I ask, how old are you this year?" Oscar said without hesitation, 14 years old. "Why?" "Well, my dad was 14 years old. I'm already here." "Oh, your dad is only 28 years old?" Tang Yu walked over and said. Oscar's face turned red. Yes, his dad was really 28 years old. But What did you say about me just now? Tang Yu said coldly. Ah, did I say anything? Oscar pretended not to know anything. I think I heard something about a trap. The surrounding temperature began to drop again. Little Ao panicked. I didn't say anything. I didn't say you looked like a trap. A certain Ao was shocked. Huh, you confessed without being pressed. Crack. A certain someone turned into an ice sculpture. Dai Mubai came over with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing obviously kept a certain distance from him. Dai Mubai's face was obviously very ugly. He looked at the ice sculpture, then looked at the angry Tang Yu. He knew what was going on. Light, rain, defrost. Oomph. Tang Yu defrosted Oscar. Ah, achoo. Little. Light rain, I'm wrong. If you say something bad again next time, I won't defrost you. Ah. While they were talking, a middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the field. Seeing this person, Tang San and Xiao Wu were obviously stunned. The person looked about 50 years old. He had a strong body and a long face. His chin was a little protruding forward, and his cheekbones were very wide. His face was flat. He also had a hooked nose. If one had to describe him, it could only be said that his face was a little like the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, there was a sense of treachery about him. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses. The frame of the glasses was a rigid square. Xiao Wu said in surprise, "Isn't this that Uncle Profiteer?" Oscar said in surprise, "What Uncle Profiteer? This is our dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Owl Flanders. He's a rank 78 soul sage. He's even stronger than Teacher Zhao. Furthermore, he has a flying-type beast martial soul. He's quite rare among soul warriors. Fatso is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu muttered, "Luckily, he's only rank 78. I didn't expect that." That classic quote about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people actually came from his mouth. "Uncle Big Sausage, does our academy have any Contra Soul Masters?" Oscar shook his head. "Please call me Sausage Monopoly Oscar. Do you think Contra is a grocery store? There are Contra Soul Masters everywhere. On the entire continent, there are no more than 100 of them. They're all supported by the Empire and the kingdoms under the Empire. As for title Doloa, there are only about 10 of them in both empires. It's not that easy to meet them." Tang Yu said to Flanders, "Yo, Popper." Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others were stunned. But Flanders didn't seem to mind. He only nodded to Tang Yu. Is this still the principal?" Dai Mubai and the others were shocked. After Flanders finished his long speech, he looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, "Today's lesson is physical training. From now on, run 20 laps around the village. If you're not back by lunchtime, you don't have to eat lunch. You can use your martial souls to assist. Now let's go. Oscar will be in charge of leading the way." "Yes," Ning Rongrong replied and ran out without hesitation. Oscar looked at Tang San and the others with some resentment. Only then did he follow. Flanders pointed at Tang San and Tang Yu and said, "Follow me." Flanders' office. Flanders sat behind his desk. Tang San and Tang Yu nodded and said, "Teacher is very good." Flanders looked at them with some surprise. "You're his students?" No wonder he even gave you this belt. When I saw you wearing this belt that day, coupled with your age, I knew you would come to my Shrek Academy. I just didn't expect you and this rich second-generation heir to be his students. Back then, he told me that one day he would cultivate a genius soul master who would shock the entire continent. It seems like you're his choice. Hey, who's the rich second-generation heir? I'm a nouveau riche." Tang Yu didn't give him any face. "Light rain," Tang San said seriously. Tang Yu was stunned. He pouted and didn't say anything. "Huh, I didn't expect you to be afraid of your brother." Flanders looked at Tang Yu with a smile that wasn't a smile. "TSK." Tang Yu curled his lips. "Third brother, give him teacher's letter." Tang San raised his hand and wiped the 24 moonlit bridges and handed a letter to Flanders. "Before I left, teacher told me to pass this letter to the dean after I passed the academy's assessment and was accepted." Flanders' eyes flashed with sadness, but there was also a trace of smile. "He's still so stubborn. This is his style?" This guy finally knows how to contact me? He raised his head and stared at Tang San and Tang Yu. Since you're his proof, you must not disappoint him. Tang San, you go first and prepare for tonight's class. Tang Yu, stay. Tang San said to Tang Yu, Light Rain, I'll go first. After Tang San left, Flanders looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked back at him. Tell me, what's the matter? Do you want to kill me? Tang Yu was the first to speak. Ha! I don't dare. I don't want to provoke a group of 100,000-year-soul beasts. Flanders smiled bitterly. Tang Yu was stunned. My dad told you? Yeah. Yes, I was shocked. You don't want to kill me? If you kill me, I'll turn into a soul ring and soul bone, and it'll all be yours. This is the dream of all soul masters. Tang Yu said in a tempting tone. Ha! You're really smart. You want to tempt me like this? Soul rings and soul bones that are over 100,000 years old are indeed precious, but I have long since given up on these so-called soul masters' dreams. Even if I were to obtain them, I might not be able to keep them. In this life, I only want to bring glory to this school. This school is my dream and theirs. The dream of our golden iron triangle. That's all. Flanders seemed to be lost in his memories. Dream? Tang Yu lowered his head and said to Nan Nan, Humans are really strange creatures. Tang Yu suddenly murmured. He turned around and walked away. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, You're a good person. After that, he walked away without looking back, leaving Flanders in a daze. He didn't kill me to silence me? What kind of soul beast is he exactly? Outside, what's wrong with me? Tang Yu looked up at the sky. Just now, he seemed to have thought of something. Forget it. Maybe I didn't rest well. Somewhere, a person looked at the torn space in front of him. In the space, wasn't that Tang Yu? Are you slowly recovering your memories? Isn't this too fast? I haven't gotten the origin of those fellows for you. Your own, mine, annihilation, termination, and that life and death who interfered in those fellows. In this case, you can definitely come back. Brother Origin. If Wang Dong was here, he would be very surprised. This was because his voice was exactly the same as the voice of the person who saved him in the turbulence of time and space. Night fell. Shrek Academy's dean, the four-eyed owl, Flanders, stood on the field and looked at all 9 students in front of him. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for the lessons at night. All of them were in high spirits. Tang Yu, Wang Dong, had rested for a long time. Come on, no matter what training it is, we'll take it all for you. Tang Yu, Wang Dong thought. However, Flanders' attention wasn't on them. Instead, he was looking at the other 2 students. Oscar, have you finished your runs? Have you finished 20 laps? Flanders' gaze gave people a sharp feeling. No one dared to look him in the eye. Oscar coughed and nodded. Dean, he said. Director, I'm done running. Flanders snorted. I'm asking you guys, not you. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was also looking at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with innocence. Oscar gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, Dean, we're all done. Flanders smiled. It was the smile of a fox. Very good. Oscar, I didn't expect you to be so friendly. Come here. Oscar revealed a bitter smile. However, he didn't look at Ning Rongrong again. He strode to Flanders and stood in front of him. Flanders slowly raised his right hand. He lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. I appreciate your spirit of friendship. Since that's the case, since you're so kind, go and run another 20 laps. Let me see how deep your friendliness is. If you don't finish running, you don't have to eat. I've already sealed your soul power. Don't try to remove it. Go. Oscar didn't say anything. He only nodded silently and turned to run outside. Flanders' gaze turned to Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and the others. Do you guys not understand why I'm doing this? Why do I want him to continue running? Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun were very familiar with Flanders' temper. They didn't say anything. Zhu Zhuqing was naturally cold. She only looked at him indifferently. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded subconsciously. They really didn't understand why Flanders did this. Because you're covering for him, right? Dean, Tang Yu said. Dai Mu Bai and the others looked at Tang Yu in surprise. Not only because of what he said, but also because he actually called him Dean. This was the first time he called Flanders Dean. Flanders was also slightly surprised. He actually called him Dean? Did he acknowledge me? Flanders paused and continued. That's right. It's because he covered for him. It's because he lied. Even though he was covering up for the sake of friendship or for some other reason, he still covered up for a lie. You're all still children. Covering up and lying are the worst virtues. I hope you guys understand, he said. His gaze turned from Tang San, Tang Yu, and the others to Ning Rongrong, who looked innocent and pitiful. Tell me, did you finish the course I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong shook her head honestly. She said I didn't. The distance was too long, and I was hungry, so I couldn't persevere. Flanders smiled and said, So, you ran to Soto City alone and ate a big meal. You also went to have a big meal and walked around the commercial streets of Soto City. You just came back to find Oscar, right? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes. You were spying on me? Flanders' face suddenly turned cold. As the dean, I have to be responsible for every student in the academy. If Oscar lied because he couldn't bear to see you punished, then it's pardonable. Your mistake is unforgivable. You left the academy on your own accord. You didn't follow the academy's arrangements. You let your seniors lie for you. None of these are mistakes that an outstanding soul master should make. If this is a battlefield, you'll be sentenced to death. This isn't a battlefield. It's just an academy. Ning Rongrong said contemptuously. This isn't good. Tang Yu thought. The witch's true colors are about to appear. Flanders, who do you think you are? You're just a puny soul sage. As soon as she said this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others all turned pale. They never thought that such a gentle little girl would actually say such words. Tang Yu and Wang Dong laughed bitterly. She had heard Aunt Rongrong talk about this in the God Realm, but she was only considered Shrek's true student after this incident. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's expression was no longer gentle. Instead, it was filled with disdain and arrogance. Flanders didn't get angry because of her words. He smiled and said, That's right, I'm just a puny soul sage. However, you're still too far away from me. Even if you're the most talented person in this generation of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, you're still just a soul grandmaster. There's still an insurmountable gap between the two of us. Since you don't like this place, please leave. Shrek Academy doesn't welcome students like you who don't follow the rules. Ning Rongrong laughed coldly. You want to chase me away? It won't be that easy. Since I'm here, I don't plan on leaving early. Flanders, I advise you to leave me alone. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Flanders smiled indifferently. If I were afraid of the consequences, this academy wouldn't exist. This is my territory, and I have the final say. Do you really think that I'm afraid of your backer? Dean, Dai Mubai took a step forward. At this moment, he looked at Ning Rongrong with an incredulous gaze. He vaguely understood that the current Ning Rongrong was her true self. Flanders said, Go and take Miss Ning Rongrong's things from her room, then send her away. If she resists, I'll allow you to use any methods. Flanders, don't you dare, Ning Rongrong shouted. She placed her hands on her hips. This 12-year-old girl exuded an extremely valiant aura. You're the first person who's dared to treat me like this in my entire life. Flanders laughed sinisterly. Your father can't bear to discipline you, but that doesn't mean that I can't either. You're not my daughter, nor are you my treasure. Do you think that you're amazing just because you're born into a good family? Any student here is stronger than you. The Seven Treasures Glaze Pagoda is indeed one of the strongest auxiliary-type martial souls. Unfortunately, you'll only bring shame to it. You're spouting nonsense. Ning Rongrong was furious. She had always known that she was the most outstanding disciple of her generation in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Everyone said that she could even turn the 7 treasures into the 8 treasures. I suddenly feel like eating 8 treasures porridge. Flanders had said that she was useless. How could someone as arrogant as her take it? I'm spouting nonsense? Then tell me, who are you stronger than here? Flanders said disdainfully. Ning Rongrong said, I'm an auxiliary-type soul master. Of course, I can't compete with these battle soul masters in terms of strength. However, my usefulness on the battlefield is greater than theirs. With my help, the overall strength of a soul master group will increase greatly. On the battlefield, my usefulness is the greatest. They'll protect me with their lives. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions turn cold. Who does she think she is? Why we have to protect someone like you? They instantly felt disgusted with Ning Rongrong. Huh, did you see their expressions? They're starting to reject you. On the battlefield, every single one of them will be more useful than you. That's because they have the ability to survive on the battlefield, but you don't. With your personality, you'll only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. That's impossible. Impossible. The Seven Treasures Glaze Pagoda of our Seven Treasures Glaze sect is the best in the world. Why am I inferior to them? Flanders said coldly. It's because of your heart. It's because of your impetuousness and arrogance. You think too highly of yourself. Even your father doesn't think that he's the best in the world. If he doesn't have an outstanding companion, even an ordinary soul master can kill him. With your personality, do you think you'll be able to find a companion that you can completely trust your back to? Ning Rongrong stared blankly for a moment. Although she was spoiled since she was young and had an eccentric personality, she was exceptionally intelligent. Although Flanders's words weren't pleasant to hear, she already understood what Flanders meant. For a moment, she didn't know how to refute him. Flanders slowly walked in front of Dai Mubai and the others. Because of his confrontation with Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai didn't take Ning Rongrong's things. Flanders pointed at Dai Mubai and said, "He's 15 this year. His martial soul is the White Tiger. He's a combat-type soul master. He was born with dual pupils. Rank 37. He has 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. He's the first student in the history of Shrek Academy to become a rank 30 soul elder at this age. When he became a soul elder, he was only 13 years old. Do you think you can break through the rank 30 bottleneck at 13 years old? If there's anyone who can surpass Mubai, it definitely won't be you." Tang San and Xiao Wu were rank 29 soul grandmasters when they were only 12 years old. They're the ones who could surpass Mubai. There's also Tang Yu and Wang Dong. You're the clearest about their strength. A 12-year-old soul ancestor. This is an unprecedented legend in history. They've already created history. You were also present during the fight between Tang Yu and Zhao Wuji. You should be very clear about the difference between a soul ancestor and a soul sage. Even though Zhao Wuji didn't use his full strength, I'm not trying to put you down, but even if he used his full strength, the result would have been the same. I'm sure you've seen the fighting strength that Tang Yu displayed. He has 3 martial souls. He's an unprecedented existence in history. The quality of his 3 martial souls surpasses the quality of anyone's martial souls. He used precise tactics, speed, and strength to completely crush a soul sage. In terms of talent and strength, he's countless times stronger than you. They're all stronger than you. Ning Rongrong was still unable to refute. Flanders was right. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Yu, and Wang Dong all surpassed her in terms of soul power. Especially Tang Yu and Wang Dong. The two of them simply weren't human. Ma Hongjun. His age is similar to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yu. He entered the Shrek Academy when he was 11 years old. Even though his martial soul is flawed, his mutated martial soul is a top-notch beast soul blessed by the heavens. In terms of martial souls, there aren't many people on the continent who can compare to him. His soul power isn't any weaker than yours either. This is even after he's used a portion of his mental strength to make up for the flaws in his martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is similar to yours. However, she's different from you in that she has a firm and persistent heart. Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, why did you come to the Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice replied, without hesitation, to become stronger. Flanders said, what will you do with the classes arranged by the Academy? Zhu Zhuqing said, as long as it's beneficial to my strength, I'll do it without hesitation. I will carry it out without hesitation. Flinders said indifferently, Ning Rong Rong. You heard everything? Ask yourself, which one of them can you compare to? Here, you're already the worst existence. What qualifications do you have to be proud? I dare say that as long as you leave here 20 years later, every one of their achievements will be much greater than yours. Ning Rong Rong was unwilling. She really was unwilling. There's still Oscar. No matter what, I'm still stronger than him. He's also an auxiliary-type soul master, a mere food-type soul master. He can't compare to me. Flanders shook his head. He said, No, you're wrong. If you think so, then you're gravely mistaken. Oscar's talent is even higher than Mubai's. He is even better than Mubai. Otherwise, why would I allow him to enter the academy? Ning Rong Rong, I only have one question for you. Have you ever seen a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power? Ning Rong Rong's beautiful face turned pale. No, that's impossible. How can an auxiliary-type martial soul have innate full soul power? At this time, a voice sounded, It's not impossible. Innate soul power is only the foundation of becoming a soul master. Innate full soul power can appear on any martial soul. For example, my third brother. Third brother's martial soul is blue silvergrass, a martial soul that you think is trash. But you don't know that third brother's innate full soul power was tested. Is that right? Third brother. This was Tang Yu's voice. What? Little three, is this true? Dai Mubai said in surprise. Tang San nodded. How could? Ning Rong Rong stood there in a daze. Ning Rong Rong's face looked a little pale. Suddenly, she burst into tears and turned to run back to her dormitory. Flanders's face revealed a trace of a proud smile. He thought to himself, if I can't even handle a 12-year-old girl, then I don't deserve the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. Dai Mubai looked at the smile on Flanders's face. He asked tentatively, Dean, do you still need to help me? Do I still have to help her pack her things? Flinder glared at him. He said, Do you really want this girl to leave? Although Ning Rong Rong is a little spoiled, she's not a bad person. But her nature wasn't bad, so it was fine to let her think it through. Go call Oscar back. Tell him that I've pardoned his punishment. Tell him to go comfort Ning Rong Rong. Oh, Dai Mubai agreed. He turned around and went to find Oscar. At this time, in his heart, he couldn't help but admire Flanders even more. Dai Mubai was also born in an aristocratic family. Of course, he knew how terrifying the Seven Treasures' glazed sex status on the mainland was. In the entire Daloa continent, there were only about 10 titled Daloa. The Seven Treasures' glazed sect alone had 2 of them. Such strength. Even if the royal families of the 2 empires met the Seven Treasures' glazed sect master, they would still have to be polite. But Flanders was not afraid of power. He dared to reprimand the Seven Treasures' glazed sect's most favored little princess. This was not something that could be explained simply by courage. In fact, Dai Mubai didn't know that the dean in front of him had a letter in his arms. It was a letter from the Seven Treasures' glazed sect master. A letter that could be used as an imperial sword. Otherwise, would Flanders really be so unscrupulous? Also, he had just received a mental message from Tang Yu. Scold all you want. If the Seven Treasures come looking, I'll protect them. Just like that, Flanders scolded the Seven Treasures. Who would want to provoke a person who had a group of 100,000-year soul beasts, or even stronger soul beasts behind him? Unless he was crazy. After that, Flanders brought them to a place. End of chapter 13. Chapter 6. Everyone looked at the tall building. Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he whispered, Dean, are we letting them go there on the first day? Flanders said indifferently, Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary people. Since you are monsters, you must have a monster's cultivation method. Your martial souls are different, and each of you has your own cultivation method. What the Academy can teach you is how to use your martial souls better, help you get better soul rings, have more combat experience, and develop your own potential as much as possible. The rest is knowledge about various aspects of martial souls, as well as the situation of soul masters on the continent. Among all the things you need to learn, the most important is combat experience. The amount of combat experience is the key to determining the outcome of a battle between two people of the same rank and strength. Only through continuous combat can you improve your adaptability in battle as much as possible. Therefore, your first lesson is actual combat, and that place is your classroom. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at each other. Ma Hongjun didn't dare to say anything, while Dai Mubai's evil eyes revealed helplessness. They obviously knew what kind of place it was. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the ice-cold Zhu Zhuqin all revealed doubtful expressions. Tang Yu and Wang Dong had an understanding expression. Great Soul Arena, Dean, is this the first lesson? Tang Yu said from the side. Great Soul Arena. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yu doubtfully. The so-called Great Soul Arena is a place where martial souls compete, which is also where soul masters fight. Battles between soul masters are used to satisfy the entertainment of the Empire's aristocrats. To put it bluntly, it's like playing with monkeys and watching monkeys fight. And we're the so-called monkeys. Tang Yu said coldly. Everyone blushed with shame. He was sharp-tongued again. Tang San frowned and said, Dean, isn't soul master the noblest profession? Why is there a place like the Great Soul Dueling Arena? What's the point of letting people watch soul masters fight like monkeys? Third brother, although I hate the Great Soul Arena, I have to say that this is a good place for soul masters to be active. The Great Soul Arena is definitely an important place to show the value of soul masters. The Great Soul Arena had its own complete system. It could be said to be a special force. It was jointly established by the 7 most famous soul master clans on the continent. It didn't belong to the 2 empires or the martial soul palace. It could be said that they were a third-party force, rich enough to rival a country, and famous soul masters in the Great Soul Arena. He would become a dazzling star in the entire country. Not only would he be able to obtain great benefits, but he would also be able to obtain great benefits. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena was a relatively fair place. Here, even if you killed a descendant of a big family, you didn't have to worry about revenge. This was the fairness of the Great Soul Arena. They won't discriminate against any soul master, even if that soul master's martial soul is a trash martial soul. Tang Yu looked at Tang San. Tang Yu said what I wanted to say. The Great Soul Arena is such a place. The level of the martial soul is the symbol of a soul master's strength. Soul rings are the best way to express it. However, this doesn't represent the true ability of a soul master. Only the title obtained through one's own efforts in the Great Soul Arena is the best reflection of one's strength. After entering the Great Soul Arena, any level of soul master is represented by the martial soul arena. They were all represented by the word soul. After winning the first battle, one would receive a badge. After that, every victory will give you a certain amount of points. When the points reach a certain level, the badge's level will be upgraded. This badge is the symbol of rank in the Great Soul Arena, and it can be used by all the main cities on the continent. There are many benefits to having a high badge level. I won't explain in detail. The badge's level is divided according to the quality of the mineral. The lowest is the Iron Badge, which is the Iron Soul, and the highest is the Iron Soul. Copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, diamond. There are a total of 8 levels. My task for you is to get at least a Silver Warrior Soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Flanders' gaze swept across the 5 people in front of him. The mission I give you is to get at least the Silver Soul badge before graduation, understand? Speaking of this, Flanders' gaze swept across the 7 people in front of him. The mission I give you is to get at least the Silver Soul badge before graduation, understand? Don't think that it is easy to get the Silver Soul badge. Mu Bai and Hong Jun have participated in actual combat here for more than a year. Mu Bai, you tell the 3 of them. What are the requirements to upgrade the badge level here in your battle record? Dai Mu Bai said, I started to participate in the Great Soul Arena game when I was at rank 29. I have a total of 56 battles, and my current record is 29 wins and 27 losses. My current points are 2. From the Iron Soul Badge to the Copper Soul Badge. You need 100 points for every victory you win. Every victory will give you 1 point. If you lose a battle, 1 point will be deducted accordingly. If you win more than 5 battles in a row, every time you win another battle, your points will increase by 10 points. If you win more than 10 battles in a row, your winning streak will exceed 10 battles. If you win another battle, your points will increase by 100 points. Even if your points reach the Copper Soul Badge and you successfully upgrade it. If your points fall below 100, you will be disqualified from the Copper Soul Badge. The Copper Soul Badge will be upgraded to the Silver Soul Badge. It requires 1,000 points for a battle between Copper Soul Badges. For every victory, you'll get 10 points. If you lose a battle, you'll lose 10 points. The ratio of points for consecutive victories is the same as for the Iron Soul Badge. Regarding Dai Mubai's strength, Tang San knew a little about Dai Mubai's strength, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Mubai, with your strength, only 29 victories, 27 losses? How is this possible? Your martial soul should be very powerful among the beast martial souls. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. Nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not a good place. There are 3 types of games here. The first one is called a game. It is a competition, which is the rules I just mentioned. You will be divided into groups according to your rank. In other words, you will be divided into groups according to the number of soul rings you have. Once you have an extra soul ring, you can only participate in the next round of the game. When I was at rank 29, I won 4 battles in a row. Just as I was about to get 10 times the points for consecutive victories, my strength increased to rank 30 and I obtained my 3rd soul ring. After that, I lost more than 10 battles in a row. My points became negative. I also had 3 soul rings. I am not as abnormal as Light Rain, who can challenge those of a higher rank. Dean, do you think it will be useful for Wang Dong and me to participate in this? Tang Yu looked at Flanders with a smile that wasn't a smile. You have to participate too. When Mu Bai and the others lost, they were mocked by the nobles. Now it's time to fight back. Flanders laughed sinisterly. This is your goal, right? Tang Yu and Wang Dong underscore. Ahem. Let's go in. Flanders changed the topic. The Great Soul Dueling Arena was oval-shaped and reached a height of 120 meters. The interior was divided into a main arena and 24 sub-arenas. It could accommodate 60,000 spectators at the same time. Among them, there were 100 VIP boxes. This was not only a place for soul masters to exchange pointers, but also a place for various forces to display their strength. As they walked towards the Great Soul Dueling Arena, Flanders briefly told Tang San and the others about the situation in the Great Soul Dueling Arena. Here, soul duels were divided into 3 types. One was a game, which was a mutual exchange of pointers, and killing was prohibited. The other was a life and death duel, which was used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last was a gambling duel. With the Great Soul Dueling Arena as the referee, both sides would send out the same number of soul masters to compete. The final winner would get everything in the bet. The gambling duel was a life and death duel. Many nobles and clans would often use this method when there was a huge conflict between them. There were also 3 types of duels: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. Among them, the number of people on both sides of the group battle was stipulated. According to the rules of the Great Soul Dueling Arena, it was generally within the limit of 7 to 10 people. After registration, it was time to sort out the soul duels. Flanders took them to the gaming-type soul dueling area. After giving a few simple instructions to Dai Mubai, he went to the Great Soul Dueling Arena by himself. Dai Mubai told Tang San and the others that in the Great Soul Arena, only those who had a winning streak of more than 5 matches, a soul dueling emblem of a certain level, or an extremely high-rank soul master could participate in the soul dueling competition in the main soul arena. For newbies like them, they could only compete in the sub-soul dueling arena. An Iron Dahan could get a bonus of 10 gold coins for winning a match, and no bonus for losing a match. Bonus? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yu and Wang Dong, but they acted as if nothing had happened. Bonus? Haha. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. You will get a total of 10 gold coins for winning a match. The staff collected the fee from Tang San and Wang Dong in a businesslike manner, because they had already registered. They just needed to show their Iron Duhan emblem. They didn't need to fill in anything else. Please give your group a name. Give a name? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other. Only then did they know. 2 versus 2 in a team battle. They needed to give their group a name so that the host of the Great Soul Dueling Arena could introduce them. Tang San thought for a while and said, "Let's call it the 3-dance group." He named himself and Xiao Wu respectively. Anyway, it didn't mean much. Okay, the 3-5 dance group has been registered. Tang San and Xiao Wu's Iron Dun emblem had an additional line of 4 words engraved on it. The words 3-5 dance group were engraved on it. However, it was supposed to be dance, but it was carved as 5. Hey, this word is wrong. It's dance, not 5. Xiao Wu said discontentedly. The staff said coldly, "It's your fault for not making it clear. You want to change the name of your group. You need to re-register your Iron Duhan emblem to change it. At the same time, all your achievements will be erased." After he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Yu and Wang Dong. His eyes flashed slightly, but he immediately came back to his senses. "What's the name of your group?" "Spirit Ice Dragon Butterfly." Tang Yu and Wang Dong said in unison. They looked at each other and smiled. Spirit Ice Dragon Butterfly was their former title. Jumping to the battle. Next, we'll have the first one-on-one battle in the 14 Great Soul Dueling Arenas. 2 Soul Grandmasters will appear. Soul Grandmaster Xiao Wu, who has the Jade Rabbit Beast Martial Soul, has already won 2 battles in a row. Soul Grandmaster Qing Bao, who has the Ironhorn Bull Beast Martial Soul, will continue his glory and obtain 3 consecutive victories. Or will Soul Grandmaster Xiao Wu, who has just arrived, win? Let's wait and see. Next, let's welcome the 2 Soul Grandmasters. A tall and sturdy figure quickly came to the Great Soul Dueling Arena. This person's height reached an astonishing 2 meters. His shoulders and back were broad, and his entire body was covered with a layer of granite-like muscles. Python tendons twisted under his dark skin. They were like small dark green snakes that covered his naked upper body, and his bell-like eyes flickered with an ominous glint. At the same time, he entered the arena. He let out a deafening roar towards the sky. He released a valiant aura. Needless to say, this was a strength-type soul master. Ma Hongjun sat beside Tang San and whispered, "This big guy seems to be quite strong. Can your Xiao Wu do it?" Tang San smiled indifferently. He said, "Just wait and see." Xiao Wu's soul skill is more afraid of strength-type soul masters. However, that's only if her opponent's strength far surpasses hers. If a strength-type soul master of the same rank faces her, she'll only be dregs. Tang Yu added. Xiao Wu, who had a childish and excited look on her face, had already jumped onto the stage. She wore a white shirt and pink trousers. Her figure clearly hadn't developed yet. Her beautiful face, which was full of childishness, immediately attracted the attention of many spectators. How old is this little girl? What did the host just say? He said she's a soul grandmaster? That's impossible. Similar doubts constantly sounded in the stands. The audience had always sympathized with the weak. In addition, Xiao Wu's appearance was much better than the iron-horned bull soul master opposite her. She immediately received the support of most of the spectators. When Qing Bao saw Xiao Wu, she was stunned for a moment. She said in a muffled voice, "Little girl, did you come to the wrong place? This isn't a place you should be. Hurry up and go home." Xiao Wu laughed. In the end, "Sister, you're really strong. I lost." Xiao Wu said in a bad mood, "What sister, sister? You have to call me Sister Xiao Wu." "Oh, Sister Xiao Wu." Qing Bao called very honestly and left with a red face. In the Soul Master stands, Tang San couldn't help but smile when he heard Xiao Wu's words. This girl's big sister spirit is up again. Boom! Cheers suddenly sounded at this time. A beautiful little girl, who was also so strong, immediately attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, the applause was thunderous. This feeling of cheering is really good, Xiao Wu thought. Chapter 7. On Tang San's side, boom. Cough, cough. This bug cough, cough. It's finally done. Wang Dong coughed. It was clearly injured. Wang Dong, the man-faced demon spider. It's not a bug, it's an arthropod. Tang San clutched his chest. He was clearly injured. The dead man-faced demon spider lay in front of them. Actually, Wang Dong could have easily killed this 8-legged monster, but he had to take care of his father. In order to protect his father, he'd been poisoned. However, it wasn't a big deal. A purple soul ring appeared. Third brother, quick! It's yours! Wang Dong shouted. Tang San didn't say anything else and began to absorb it. Right now, he needed strength too much. He had to bring back Xiao Wu and Light Rain. Suddenly, 3 people appeared. They were 3 soul masters. Wang Dong and Tang San recognized 2 of them. These 2 were Snake Woman Xiao Tianxiang and the beautiful girl, Meng Aran, who'd broken up with them not long ago. The third person beside them was a tall and thin old man. He looked to be at least 70 years old, and like Xiao Tianxiang, he had a head full of silver hair. He held a dragon-headed cane that was over 4 meters long in his hand. It was bright silver. The dragon head on the cane was vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely dazzling. His face was full of wrinkles, showing his age. There were actually 8 soul rings that moved up and down rhythmically on his body. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. In terms of quality, his soul rings were slightly inferior to Zhao Wuji's 1,000-year soul ring. However, he had 8 soul rings. This meant that he was contra of a rank 80 or higher cultivator. Tang San and Wang Dong didn't need to ask to know who this person was. It was Snake Woman's husband, Meng Yiran's grandfather, Duke Long Mengshu. Wang Dong's expression changed slightly. If I were to recover my 7-ring strength, I'd be able to deal with him. But now, no, how can this be? Why? Why? Who killed my demonic spider? Meng Yiran cried out. I killed it, Wang Dong said calmly. So what if there's contra? If worst comes to worst, I'll just release the seal and torture you to death. You? I remember that you're the partner called Tang San just now? Meng Yiran exclaimed. Yes, my third brother wants this soul ring. Wang Dong released his martial soul and sent out the life trident. He seemed to be prepared to fight to the death. The 3 of them were astonished. This was because his soul ring was 4 blacks. Isn't he only 12 years old? He already had 4 rings. For black soul rings. Such a monster. Duke Long praised. Thanks for the compliment, Wang Dong said arrogantly. Then, let me see how strong you are. As long as you last 10 rounds, we will leave. How about it? Duke Long said. You talk too much, Wang Dong scorned. Good. You have guts. Just as Duke Long was about to attack, a voice resounded. Senior Duke Long, please show mercy. It was the immovable Wisdom King, Zhao Wuji. Behind Zhao Wuji, Shrek and the other students quickly arrived, each of them looking a little tired. In order to find Tang San and Wang Dong, they had not stopped at all. Seeing the arrival of his companions, Wang Dong immediately relaxed a little. His body swayed, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Dai Mubai quickly came to his side and supported his body, preventing him from falling. The demonic spider poison seemed to have started to spread. Wang Dong quickly used the life trident's life force to expel the demonic spider poison. His complexion finally turned for the better. Seeing Zhao Wuji and the others appear, Duke Long and Meng Shu's expressions did not change. With the matchless dragon snake couple here, they naturally would not be afraid of Zhao Wuji alone. Looking at the dragon head walking stick in Meng Shu's hand, Zhao Wuji also cried bitterly in his heart. Especially those 8 soul rings, they had a huge impact on him. He had already used his martial soul true body once before, so he only had 50% of his peak strength now. Not to mention Meng Shu, he could not even deal with Snake Granny Chao Tianxiang. This must be Senior Duke Long. Junior Zhao Wuji has long heard of your name. As the saying goes, one does not hid a smiling face. Meng Shu glanced at Zhao Wuji. Immovable wisdom monarch. No need to be so polite. You have taught a good disciple. Are you bullying our Meng clan because we have no one? Forget about the phoenix tail, cock-combed snake. Your disciple killed my granddaughter's prey, the man-faced demonic spider. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Before Zhao Wuji could speak, a voice suddenly sounded. Tape, I'll sew it for you. Everyone was shocked. Wang Dong suddenly laughed when he heard this voice. The person who appeared in front of everyone was a 14-year-old girl. She had a beautiful yet cold appearance, long golden hair, golden eyes, a slender figure, and that otherworldly aura. She was like an emperor who had descended. Her appearance shocked Duke Long, Snake Granny, and Zhao Wuji, because they could not see through her strength. Moreover, the three of them actually started to feel afraid when facing her. I wonder who Senior is, Duke Long said carefully. The girl ignored him and looked at Wang Dong, asking with concern, Are you all right, little Dong? Wang Dong laughed. I'm fine, sister. Boom. Sister, sister? Everyone was shocked. However, upon closer inspection, the two of them really did resemble each other. Duke Long sucked in a breath of air. If the younger brother was so strong, then how strong was the older sister? The girl looked at Duke Long and said coldly, Did you say you wanted to beat up my younger brother? Before Duke Long could speak, she released her martial soul, and a pair of golden and silver dragon wings grew out of her back. Next, 9 soul rings appeared. A terrifying dragon aura appeared. I am Wang Qier. Rank 99, actually over rank 100, assault type, limit Doloa, martial soul dragon king of fate. As long as you can last for 1 round, Scram. Everyone looked at her in shock. Limit Doloa, in the entire continent. Only the martial soul palace had 1 limit Doloa. Why was there one here? Furthermore, her soul ring was actually 9 red. Duke Long and Grandma Long began to tremble. That was limit Doloa. Even if he had a martial soul fusion skill, such a powerful being could kill him with a single slap. Furthermore, she had 9 red soul rings. They were already frightened. Zhao Wuji was also shocked. Wang Dong actually had an limit Dolua sister. Furthermore, she had such an abnormal soul ring combination. Junior doesn't puff. Before Duke Long could speak, he was sent flying and vomited blood. Everyone was shocked, because she had only glared at him. Grandpa, old man, Meng Iran called out to Snake Lady. Don't say don't dare. Why didn't you think about it when you bully my younger brother? Junior knows my mistake. Duke Long slowly got up. He knew that this senior did not even use 1 move. She only glared at him once. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you, senior, for showing mercy, Duke Long said weakly. At this moment, a sewing belt was thrown over. Sister, I told you. I'll give you a sewing belt. Everyone, that sentence was not a lie. Since you survived 1 round, Scram. Yes. Duke Long was about to leave. Wait a minute. Wang Qiuer's voice was heard. Senior, is there anything else? Duke Long asked carefully. She looked at the gray fan-shaped metal on Duke Long's chest. It was only 3 centimeters long, but... Leave your medal. Duke Long did not react. Give me the medal. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, find my younger brother or my darling. Giving the medal to Limit Dolua meant that Limit Dolua would owe him a favor. Duke Long took off the medal and carefully handed it to Wang Qiuer. He had only bought it from a street stall. At that time, he felt that this thing was extraordinary and bought it. But after researching it for decades, there was no progress, so he used it as a medal. Very good. I owe you a favor. I'll send you off. With a wave of her hand, Duke Long and the others disappeared. On Shrek's side, sister, Wang Dong pounced on Wang Qiuer and hugged her tightly. I missed you so much, he said coquettishly. All right. Wang Qiuer smiled and patted his head. Zhao Wuji took the lead and walked forward. Thank you, senior, for your help. Although she looked 14, strength was the absolute truth in Doloa. All right, No need to be so polite. You are my younger brother and Darling's good friends, so you're my friends. Everyone was shocked. Darling? Do we know each other? Wang Xiao'er looked left and right. Strange? Where's Darling? That bastard. Don't tell me he went to eat some fish. Who are you looking for? Maybe we can help you find him. Oh, no need, because he's already here. She looked at the bushes at the side. At this time, two people walked out. Xiaowu, light rain. Everyone shouted in surprise. However, Tang Yu stared at Wang Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. Yu, why are you here? Yo, darling, Wang Xiao pounced on Tang Yu and hugged him tightly. Boom! Everyone was shocked. F***CK. What's going on? Could it be that Tang Yu was her darling? Xiao Wu smiled and said, Sister Qiao is still so energetic. Xiao Wu, you know this senior? Everyone was shocked. Yes, I know third brother. We all call her Sister Qiao. Before she finished speaking, she looked at Tang San, who was in pain. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Everyone looked at Tang San. At this time, a layer of fine blood began to seep out of Tang San's skin and evaporated into the air with his soul power. It turned into a faint red mist. Tang San's eyebrows were tightly knitted. His lips were tightly pursed. His body was constantly spasming. Coupled with the blood that was seeping out of his skin, one could imagine how intense the pain he was in. His soul ring has exceeded its age limit. What a reckless fellow. Qiao walked over with Tang Yu in her arms. What? Everyone was shocked. Normally, a soul master's third soul ring can absorb a soul ring with a cultivation of around 1,700 years. The fourth soul ring can only absorb a soul ring with a cultivation of around 5,000 years. The fifth soul ring's limit is around 12,000 years, while the sixth soul ring's limit is 20,000 years. The seventh soul ring's limit is between 30,000 and 50,000 years, depending on the soul master's element. Only at the eighth soul ring can one absorb a soul ring from a 50,000-year soul beast. Only at the ninth soul ring can one absorb a soul ring. Only at the ninth soul ring can one absorb a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, she looked at Tang Yu in her arms and Wang Dong beside her. There are also some geniuses who can absorb soul rings above their ranks. It means absorbing soul rings that exceed their limits. I'm an exception. Darling is an exception, and so is my younger brother. Although this is risky, if it succeeds, there will be many benefits. This was the first time they'd heard of this. She continued, Look at Tang San. He's absorbed a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider, which has exceeded the age limit of his third soul ring. No one could stop him like this. This is the best for him. Just as she finished speaking, Tang San began to move. Strands of blue-silver grass began to grow around Tang San's body. The size of the grass didn't change much. Compared to when he had two soul rings, it was thinner. Its original blue-silver color had turned from blue-silver to blue-silver. It was a fused color and no longer appeared in the form of a patterned terrain. At this moment, the blue-silver grass was about the thickness of 2 fingers. The biggest difference from before was its luster. It shone as if the grass was covered in a layer of enamel. Back off! Zhao Wuji shouted. He knew that this was because Tang San couldn't control his newly increased strength. That was why his soul power was overflowing. With Tang San's previous condition, it would be strange if he could control his increased strength. Just when everyone thought that the outcome was certain, Tang San's relaxed brows suddenly furrowed. He let out a scream. His body, which was sitting cross-legged, spasmed violently. His chest suddenly puffed out, and his entire upper body arched. It was a terrifying sight. The clothes on Tang San's back were suddenly torn apart. Dai Mu Bai, who was standing behind him, could clearly see it. 4 fist-sized protrusions appeared on both sides of Tang San's spine. What was this? Under Dai Mu Bai's instructions, everyone noticed the changes on Tang San's back. Tang Yu, who was in Wang Qiao'er's arms, laughed at this scene. 8 spider spears. They were Poseidon's 8 wings. At this moment, Tang San seemed to be in great pain. His entire body was spasming violently. Then, the 8 protrusions suddenly burst. Strangely, the skin on Tang San's back didn't curl up. 8 fist-sized protrusions appeared. A dark purple object drilled out from the 8 protrusions, and it was growing at an astonishing speed. The dark purple object grew more than a meter long in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing at an astonishing speed. When it was more than 5 meters long, it paused for a moment, and something like a joint grew at the end. When the dark purple object extended again, it extended in another direction from a joint. Isn't this the man-faced demon spider's leg? Dai Mubai said in surprise. Senior, Zhao Wuji was worried. Ha! Don't worry. As I said, this is Tang San's fortune. An external soul bone. Tang Yu suddenly said. What? Everyone heard. Zhao Wuji and the others knew what a soul bone was, but an external soul bone. An external soul bone is the most special type of soul bone. It's also the rarest type. Its status in the world of soul masters is second only to a 100,000-year soul ring, and it's ranked second on the soul master dream list. The most special thing about an external soul bone is that it will evolve as its owner's soul power increases. So, the sooner you absorb an external soul bone, the better. Huh, third brother is lucky. Tang Yu laughed. Everyone understood. Indeed, Tang San was lucky this time. Tang San opened his eyes and saw Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, third brother. The two of them hugged. Ahem, third brother, close. Awkward. Outside the forest. Are you leaving? Tang Yu asked Wang Qiu'er. I still have something to do. You have to recover as soon as possible. Once you're strong enough, we'll be able to leave this place. Wang Qiu'er said some strange things. Tang San and the others didn't understand. That's it. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself, darling. She kissed Tang Yu's lips and disappeared. Tang Yu looked at everyone's strange expressions. Are we third wheels? This was what Tang Yu heard in the dark. Huff, huff, huff. It's so tiring. I didn't expect acting to be so tiring. I have to ask Yuhao for advice in the future. End of chapter 18. Chapter 8. Tang Yu lay on the bed and didn't wake up. Beside him sat Wang Dong, who had been taking care of him. Although Wang Dong was very weak now, Tang Yu's situation was worse. He had been unconscious for 2 months. Wang Dong was very worried about him. Even if he unsealed his godhood, he would only lie down for a month and wouldn't fall asleep. But in this situation, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Shrek 7 had come to take over shifts and took care of Tang Yu for 2 months, but he didn't wake up. Although he still had signs of life, he was like a vegetable. He didn't move. He slept for 2 months in a certain world. This place was like an otherworldly paradise, in a deep mountain that stood aloof from worldly affairs. White fog was thick, and rainbows hung in the sky. It was like an otherworldly paradise. There were huge mountains that reached the sky, and some huge mountains that had collapsed into rocks. They seemed to have been destroyed by someone. There were also forests, fruit forests, and even rare immortal herbs. There was also an unimaginably huge lake. In the lake, a school of fish swam around. Boom! There was the sound of a collapse. Another huge mountain collapsed, and it seemed to be pressing down on a person. Boom! That person climbed out of the pile again. Wasn't he Tang Yu? Cough, cough, cough. Damn, damn. You've already trapped me here for 10 years. Let me go back quickly. He looked at a white-haired child who looked to be around 12 years old and was 2 meters tall and roared angrily. Huh. The child only smiled and didn't answer Tang Yu. Cough, cough. Damn it. You. Don't look down on me. Tang Yu climbed up and said. The child still had an innocent smile on his face. Tang Yu took out the life sword. I don't believe it. It's been 5 years. I don't believe that I can't beat you. The child revealed his white teeth and pulled out a strand of his long white hair. Then he pulled it gently, and the strand of hair became straight. Furthermore, he couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. He held it in his hand and made an inviting gesture. Tang Yu wasn't surprised that he used his hair as a weapon. A year ago, he used leaves to completely defeat him, who was holding a sword. He had never been defeated so badly in his life. Even when he fought with his father-in-law, he wasn't this miserable. Reign of 10,000 swords. 10,000 ice swords appeared around Tang Yu. The child smiled and waved the hard hair in his hand. The surrounding air, flowers, spring water, leaves, stones, and even light began to form the shape of a sword. It was also 10,000. Damn it. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. In the past, he often used this move against me. Tang Yu could only freeze objects into the shape of swords. He could not directly change the nature of objects like he could. All things are swords. Go. The child pointed the hair in his hand at Tang Yu. The 10,000 swords immediately flew out. The ice sword and the sword collided. The fog rose, and the two of them instantly rushed out, raising the swords in their hands. Pong! The swords collided, and sword chi clashed against sword chi. Tang Yu's swordsmanship had improved rapidly in the past 5 years. No, it should be said that he had improved in all aspects. But did he win? The fog covered the two of them, and only the sound of swords colliding could be heard. Who won? The fog dispersed, and a person was seen kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. He looked very weak. He was Tang Yu. The child stood in front of him. The smile from before had long disappeared, and only a serious expression was left on his face. The sharp hair in his hand was placed on Tang Yu's neck. There was a cut on his neck, and blood was flowing out. However, the blood was instantly frozen into ice beads. I lost again, Tang Yu murmured listlessly. You're far from it. You're like this. You still want to go out? You're so emotional during the battle that you can't control your emotions. You're afraid of losing again, right? You've been losing before, and that has already destroyed your confidence. After that, you've been worried about losing again. This is the reason why you lost. You're the god of emotions. If you can't even control your own emotions, how can you control your opponent's emotions? Tang Yu raised his head and looked at him. Who are you? I'll naturally tell you when you achieve the results I want. The child threw something to him and then disappeared. Tang Yu caught it and looked at it. It was a colorful flute that was more than 70 centimeters long. This is a flute? Tang Yu was puzzled. 5 years. You have to learn musical instruments for 5 years. The child's voice sounded. The scene suddenly changed, and it changed to a pavilion. There were many musical instruments here, such as flutes, gyukins, guzheng, harps, drums, violins. In short, there were many musical instruments. Learn all the musical instruments in 5 years. But the focus is on the flute in your hand. I'll give you some songs. After that, many strange songs appeared in his mind. In the first 5 years, he taught me how to identify herbs, formations, pills, runes, divination, refining, swordsmanship. Now, he wants me to learn music. What does he want? Time flew by, and unknowingly, 5 years had passed. In the depths of the mountains, there was a penetrating sound of music. At the peak of a mountain, there stood a handsome boy of about 13 years old. He stood there, but it was as if he was not there. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He closed his eyes and gently played the flute in his hand. Wherever the music passed, everything seemed to be listening to this beautiful music. The trees stopped shaking, the waves in the lake stopped, the fishes stopped swimming, and the animals all crawled on the ground quietly. Everything seemed to be still. When music stopped, everything returned to how it was before. Somewhere, a white-haired child was eating potato chips in his hand. After listening to the music, he murmured, "Is he a genius? He has even learned the harmony song." After a long time, the boy on the mountain peak slowly opened his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause sounded. Very good. You have learned all the musical instruments to the grandmaster level. I really envy your musical talent. It took me 100 years to learn all the musical instruments. It seems that your musical foundation is very poor. Tang Yu laughed. TSK, didn't I just learn a little music before? What are you showing off for? The child said unwillingly. I haven't learned it before, huh? What? You haven't learned it before? Ah, this is such a blow. Sob, sob, sob. The child cried. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He took out a grilled fish. The child hurriedly snatched it and ate it with his eyes full of stars. This is not like the person who taught me 5 years ago, Tang Yu complained in his heart. Previously, the jealousy was restless. Just now, your grievance rose and fell. Now, your excitement has risen to the peak. Altogether, your emotions have begun to become restless. Tang Yu looked at the child and said, After the child finished eating the grilled fish, he looked at Tang Yu with a little surprise. Now your emotions are under control again. You have good control of your emotions. Tang Yu continued to analyze. Ha ha. The child laughed loudly. Narcissism has appeared. Tang Yu continued. When the child heard this, he continued to laugh. Happy emotions and gratified emotions appear. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. It seems that I was right to give you those songs. The child laughed. Then, next, please fight with me. Tang Yu said calmly. Good. Let me see how strong you are after controlling your emotions. The two of them instantly retreated and stood on a peak each. All things are swords. The two of them shouted at the same time. Whoosh! Everything around them turned into swords. 20,000 swords collided. The smoke and dust dispersed. The child looked at Tang Yu in surprise. Yes, when I was learning the instrument, I was also constantly comprehending the things you taught me before. All things are swords. Ha! Ha! Multitasking? Interesting. Strips of talisman paper linked into a chain and bound the child. Ha! You've improved a lot in runes too. But is it useful to bind me with talismans? The child laughed. Of course it's useful because... Explode. What? Before the child could react, boom, the talisman paper exploded. When the smoke dispersed, the child was slightly embarrassed. Explosive talisman when it was just an ordinary talisman paper without any runes. Yes, it was indeed an ordinary talisman paper just now. I wanted to carve an explosive talisman on it the moment you let your guard down. I didn't expect you to let your guard down. If it was on the battlefield, you might have died. I was careless. But you brat, you actually used the words I taught you to teach me a lesson. Are you itching for a beating? He picked up a stone and pinched it, turning it into a halberd. He threw it out. Tang Yu grabbed the air and blocked the halberd with a shield. Next, Tang Yu pulled out a steel wire. On the steel wire, there were countless tiny golden needles. This is... The child did not react. Stab! There were already 407 needles in his body. Puffed. The child spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? Tang Yu said, soul-scattering needles? The child was puzzled. In the past 5 years, I didn't just learn music. I didn't read those books for nothing. About formations, pills, talismans, weapons, medicine, and so on. There are 108 important acupoints in a person. Once they're broken one by one, even a god, the weakest kind of god, will have half a foot in the netherworld. Oh, the child looked at his body. There were a total of 107 needles in his body. But why is there one less needle? The child asked with a smile. After that, Tang Yu put another golden needle on the steel wire. Damn it. How many needles are there on this steel wire? And where did you hide it? This is the 108th needle. Oh, then hurry up and throw it over. Let's see the result. The child said. No, I can already see the result. Tang Yu put away the golden needles and said with a smile. At the same time, he took all the golden needles on the child's body and pierced them on the steel wire. You are not a human, nor are you a god. Even a god, the weakest kind of god, will be half dead after being pierced by 107 acupoints. But you only spat out a little blood. Tang Yu looked at the child seriously. Hee. Kid, you have sharp eyes. You're also quite smart. The child laughed. Tang Yu actually patted his head and laughed. Who's the brat here? You're saying that I'm short, right? The child was like a crazy dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. He began to attack Tang Yu wantonly. After a while. Okay, I approve of you. You can go out now. The child said with a smile while holding the grilled fish. He looked innocently at Tang Yu, who was beaten up until he was covered in wounds. But where's this place? I've been here for 10 years, but it seems like I'm only 13 years old now. Tang Yu was puzzled. Yes, this is your dreamland world. Ah, then this is all fake? No, everything here is real. Then, you are. Tang Yu was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Now is not the time to find out. Then, I'll return this to you. Tang Yu took out the colorful flute. No, this was originally yours. In the future, you have to review those songs properly, the child said solemnly. Before Tang Yu could react, the child slapped Tang Yu. Tang Yu blacked out and fell to the ground. Then he disappeared. Ha! Humans were truly strange creatures. But I really hope nothing bad happens to you. I don't want to die again. I'll leave the fusion with him for last. Partition Shrek Academy. Tang Yu slowly opened his eyes. This is... He looked at Wang Dong, who was sleeping soundly. Is this a dream? Tang Yu muttered. Yes. Wang Dong seemed to have been woken up. He opened his eyes and looked. Yuhao. Wang Dong hugged Tang Yu happily. His tears flowed nonstop. You idiot. I was so worried about you. Did you know? You were unconscious for 4 months. Wang Dong cried bitterly. All right. Don't cry. Aren't I fine? Tang Yu patted Wang Dong's back, but he was panicking inside. Unconscious for 4 months? Why do I feel like I've been dreaming for 10 years? Is this the difference in time that the child was talking about? Wang Dong, we're here to change shifts. Light Rain, you're awake. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 5 freaks arrived. They were naturally happy to see Tang Yu awake. Everyone, I'm awake. Light Rain, are you all right? Tang San touched Tang Yu's forehead and asked worriedly. Third brother, I was only unconscious for 4 months. Did you think I had a fever? You're so straightforward. It's definitely Light Rain. It's not a fake. Xiao Wu said. Light Rain, is this yours? Tang San noticed a 70-centimeter long rainbow flute beside the bed. This? Tang Yu was stunned. He picked up the flute. It was the flute from his dream. At this moment, the name of the flute appeared in his mind. Emotional flute. Emotional origin artifact. Emotional flute. Tang Yu muttered. Everyone didn't understand. Other than Wang Dong, he felt a feeling that surpassed divine power from his flute. A few songs appeared in Tang Yu's mind. He aimed at the flute, meditation song, and began to play. In an instant, a melodious song sounded. Everything around them seemed to have stopped as they silently felt this beautiful song. Everyone felt that the day's troubles and trivial matters had disappeared. They felt that they wouldn't feel tired even if they cultivated for a year. They felt that all the distracting thoughts from cultivation had disappeared. When the song stopped, everything returned to normal. Light Rain. It's so nice. When did you learn it? Xiao Wu asked excitedly. Not only Xiao Wu, but the 7 freaks were also very curious, especially Wang Dong. When did Yuhao learn to play the flute? I remember that he's not good at music. Light Rain. Play another song. No, I'm so tired. Tang Yu refused. Yes, Light Rain just woke up. Everyone, let's not make things difficult for him. All right, Wang Dong, come and find Light Rain. We'll go and tell teacher, Dai Mubai said. After the 7 freaks left. Tell me, what happened? You're really my wife. You're so smart. Wang Dong twisted Tang Yu's ear. Tell me, what happened? I'll tell you. I met an old man in my dream. After he taught me a few songs, he gave me a flute and told me not to go out if I couldn't learn it. Okay, I believe you. End. Chapter 9. Another day, Shrek 7, Tang Yu, and Wang Dong came to the Great Soul Arena to participate in the soul battle again. It was the 2nd day of the month, and there were a total of 30 days in this month. After today's soul battle ended, a month's time would be up. At that time, their additional reward points would be calculated at the same time. At that time, they would no longer have the Iron Soul badge. More importantly, in Shrek 7, the captain of the evil-eyed white tiger, Daimu Bai, had broken through to rank 39. This was not only because he had been cultivating hard, but also because of the physical training and actual combat in the past 5 months. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had also increased their soul power to rank 29 and rank 28 respectively. They were constantly moving towards rank 30. Tang Yu and Wang Dong were chatting at the end, and their voices were unusually soft. Yuhao, with our arrival, do you think the 7 monsters will become the 9 monsters? Ha, no way. The 7 monsters are the 7 monsters. It won't change. What they didn't know was that although they didn't become the 7 monsters, they became Shrek's trump card team. When they showed their strength, their reputation resounded throughout the continent. Their popularity surpassed the 7 monsters. As night fell, the Great Soul Arena, located in the bustling central area of Soto City, was brightly lit again. The audience who came to watch the soul battle came in an endless stream from all directions. From time to time, luxurious carriages could be seen entering the Great Soul Arena from the VIP passage under the protection of retainers. Those are all nobles or people from big families. The soul battles that could catch their attention were naturally the ones in the central area of the Great Soul Arena. Today was the end of the month, and it happened to be the weekend, so the Great Soul Arena naturally became the best place for the people of Soto to relax. Not only could they watch the exciting soul battle here, but they could also gamble a little to try their luck and follow the Soul Master competition they supported. Among them, the most popular topic was Shrek 7. After a month of soul battles, Shrek 7 had achieved impressive results and naturally became the focus of the audience's attention. Although they hadn't been to the central area of the Great Soul Arena, the audience in the outer area was already very familiar with them. The title of Shrek 7 had long become a familiar source of excitement for the audience. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and entanglement, starting from 10 days ago, the Shrek Academy's group would enter the Great Soul Arena with their original appearance, and then go to the designated location to change into another set of clothes and amass to register for the soul battle. Because of this, the spectators in the outer ring of the soul dueling arena had a habit of guessing which soul dueling area Shrek 7 would be fighting in. Today was still the same. They deliberately wore plain clothes to enter the great arena of souls. No one would notice a few children who seemed to be only in their teens. After a few months, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had both reached the age of 13. In a few more months, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would all enter the age of 13. On the other hand, although Tang was already 13 years old, he looked like he was only 12 years old. Other than the fact that he was 8 meters tall, age was their best disguise. Everyone admired the great master's far-sighted decision to let them wear masks. Although the team battle was the last to start, they were the first to register. In order to avoid meeting each other in the 1v1 and 2v2 competitions, the Great Master first told them the location of the team battle area, and then let Shrek 7 participate in the first 2 competitions in different areas. This way, they could avoid meeting each other and affecting their winning streak. The registration for the team battle was done by the Great Master in his capacity as Shrek 7's manager. Today, the Great Master chose to register his disciples in the 8th Soul dueling area. After a month of soul dueling, the Silver Warrior's soul, which originally seemed extremely difficult to achieve, was basically achievable with everyone's winning streak. Now, they only needed to wait for the end of the soul dueling arena to calculate the points. The Great Master didn't want his disciples to receive too much attention. Once their ages were discovered, the attention from all sides would be very annoying. Therefore, he had already decided that after today, he would take Shrek 7 and Light Rain Wang Dong to the 3rd stage of the trial that he had arranged for them. However, it seemed that he still didn't plan to let Tang Yu Wang Dong participate today. Tang Yu Wang Dong couldn't stand it anymore. He had been watching the show for a month, and he wasn't allowed to participate. He habitually went to the registration area for the team battle area. The Great Master took out Shrek 7's team battle registration badge and handed it to the staff member. Please register for the team battle. The staff member habitually took the badge. When he saw the words engraved on the badge, his expression immediately changed. He whispered, "Shrek 7. The Great Master frowned. The quality of the staff in the Great Soul Dueling Arena was pretty good. Even if they encountered high-level soul duelists, they wouldn't show too much expression. At this moment, this staff member's performance clearly wasn't satisfactory. "I'm sorry, sir. May I ask if you're the leader of Shrek 7? The staff member asked tentatively. The Great Master nodded slowly. "You can say that. Please hurry up. Sir, please wait a moment." The staff member quickly left his seat and ran towards the back of the work area. He was still holding Shrek 7's team battle badge tightly in his hand. They didn't have to wait for too long. After a while, the previous staff member returned to the registration area with a person. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The staff member politely handed the team battle badge back to the Great Master. The Great Master had an impression of the person that the staff brought. It was the host of Shrek 7's first team battle, Manager AO, who came to the Great Soul Dueling Arena this time. Because Tang San had told the Great Master afterwards that this Manager AO had kindly reminded them of the strength of the Berserker team, the Great Master had a relatively deep impression of this person. Manager AO smiled. "Hello, respected team leader. I wonder if we can talk. It won't take up too much of your time. Are you representing yourself or Soto Great Soul Arena?" Manager AO said, "Of course I'm representing Soto Great Soul Arena. Mr. Team Leader, I'll get straight to the point. On behalf of the Great Soul Dueling Arena, I hope that Shrek 7's team battle can be carried out in the center of the Great Soul Dueling Arena today." 3 days ago, a Soul Master team came. They were all composed of Silver Warrior Soul Masters. They seemed to be the Soul Masters found by several great aristocrats in Soto City. For 2 days in a row, those great aristocrats bet heavily on them, and they won the Soul Dueling Arena without any suspense, bringing great losses to the Great Soul Dueling Arena. Since you are familiar with the Great Soul Dueling Arena, you should also know, generally speaking, Earth Soul Masters who have reached the Silver Warrior Soul level are above rank 40. But the members of this team are all Soul Elders. We can't break the rules and invite a rank 40 Soul Ancestor team to fight with them. But if this goes on, the Great Soul Dueling Arena can't afford continuous losses. Perhaps because they tasted the sweetness, the aristocrats increased the stakes today. If they lose again, I'm afraid. Manager AO sighed. The Great Master's heart moved slightly. He said, "Soul Elders have reached the Silver Warrior Soul level. It seems that they are very strong. Then, 2 days ago, what kind of team did the Great Soul Dueling Arena use to fight?" Manager AO said, "Because our Great Soul Dueling Arena doesn't have a Soul Elder level Silver Warrior Soul team. We have no choice but to send a Soul Elder level Bronze Warrior Soul team to fight with them. One of them was the team that was promoted to Bronze Warrior Soul not long ago. At the same time, they also fought with Shrek 7 before, but they failed miserably." The Great Master frowned slightly. Among the Soul Elder level teams, the Berserker team's rank is already quite impressive. Could it be that the members of the Silver Warrior Soul team are of a higher rank than them? Manager AO shook his head and said, "No, it's not a problem of soul power rank. It's mainly the gap in soul rings. This Silver Warrior Soul team is the same as Shrek 7. They have the best soul ring combination. They have a huge advantage in soul skills, and the Berserker team has no chance." After hearing this, the Great Master's expression finally changed a little. As the most famous theoretical Great Master in the world of Soul Masters, he naturally knew what the so-called best soul ring combination meant. It meant that the first soul ring was a 100-year soul ring, the second soul ring was a 500-year soul ring, and the third soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. For Soul Masters, there were 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. For example, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao were all like this. Of course, there were also some Soul Masters who could absorb soul rings that were of a higher rank. The Great Master turned around and looked at Tang Yu and Wang Dong in the distance. "Even so, Why does the Great Soul Dueling Arena think that Shrek 7 will definitely win the Soul Dueling Arena? After all, we only have 4 Soul Masters above rank 30, and the remaining 3 haven't even reached rank 30 yet. Manager AO smiled and said, "You're being modest. Everyone knows that Shrek 7 Soul Power rank can be said to be in the bottom few among all the Soul Elder level teams. However, they have achieved a perfect victory in the previous 27 Soul duels. This can be said to be unprecedented in the history of our Great Soul Dueling Arena. This so-called existence is reasonable. I think that Shrek 7's team definitely has the ability to contend with this Silver Soul Battle team." The Great Master's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If I remember correctly, there should be additional rewards for participating in the Soul Dueling Arena's Soul Dueling Arena." When Manager AO saw that the Great Master seemed to be tempted, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly said, "Of course, every Soul Master who participates in the Soul Dueling Arena's Soul Dueling Arena will receive a direct reward of 500 gold soul coins. This time, your team has received our invitation. If you can win this Soul Dueling Arena, the Great Soul Dueling Arena is willing to pay an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins as a reward. However, because Shrek 7 hasn't obtained the Silver Soul Emblem, the points have to be calculated according to the previous method. Fortunately, they have been winning consecutive team battles, so they have obtained a lot of points." Without waiting for the Great Master to speak, Manager AO continued, "For this Soul Dueling Arena, please tell Shrek 7's team members not to participate in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 Soul Dueling Arena today, although we can't give them extra points to break the rules. But within the scope of authority, our Great Soul Dueling Arena can count their 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 Soul Dueling Arena as victories today. Let their registered opponents admit defeat on their own. In this way, Shrek 7 can go all out to face their opponents." The Great Master nodded slowly. "Okay, I promise you. Please prepare the opponent's information. I'll go and recall the disciples first. No need to trouble you. Let our employees go and recall Shrek's 7 monsters. I've already prepared the opponent's information. You can study it with them first. Later, I'll take you into the Soul Dueling Arena to prepare." Not long after, not only was Shrek 7 brought to this room by the staff, but even Flanders and Zhao Wuji were also invited over. It fully showed that the Great Soul Dueling Arena had been observing their team for a long time. The Great Master calmly repeated what Manager AO had said before, and at the same time spread out the information he had just received on the table in the room. Flanders said a little helplessly, "Little gang, you shouldn't have agreed to them so quickly. At least wait for us to come over. They said that a great aristocrat has placed a heavy bet. This bet is obviously huge. If we talk about it properly, they should pay more." The Great Master said angrily, "When did you become so Philistine?" Flanders said with a wry smile, "A penny stumps a hero. Do you think I want to?" The Great Master said, "If we win this time, our profits are already not small. 10,000 gold soul coins is a big number. It's enough to give each of the children 1,000 and leave the remaining 1,000 for the academy, so that they can cooperate with my arrangement for the 3rd stage of the trial. Do you have any objections? That, if you're short of money, I can actually pay for it." Tang Yu said, "Light Rain, I know you have money, but I hope that this time you don't have to invest. I'm teaching them how to make money." The Great Master said seriously, "How to make money? Huh, this kind of money-making method is really terrible." Tang Yu thought to himself. The Great Master raised his hand and knocked on the cloth spread out on the table. With a serious expression, he said, "All right, let's talk about this later. First, let's study your opponents. For all of you, this will be an extremely difficult soul duel." The white cloth recorded the information of a team neatly. The 7 monsters lowered their heads to take a look. Even Dai and Mubai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Tang Yu and Wang Dong were slightly startled, but they soon disappeared. Team Leader, Yu Tianheng. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rank 39 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Team Leader, De Guyen. Martial Soul, Jade Phosphorus Snake. Rank 38 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Leader, Graphite. Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Rank 38 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Leader, Grindstone. Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Rank 37 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Leader, Imperial Wind. Martial Soul, Windchime Bird. Rank 36 Agility System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Leader, Oslo. Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. Rank 36 Agility System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Leader, Yi Lingling. Martial Soul, Nine-Hearted Begonia. Rank 35 Auxiliary Type Tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. There was no mention of the opponent's soul skill in the entire information. The Great Soul Master understood this point. It wasn't that the Great Soul Arena didn't want to provide it, but that they couldn't. Who could be sure that the opponent hadn't deliberately restrained himself in the previous 2 soul battles? Once the judgment of the soul skill was wrong, it was very likely that it would bring about a disaster. Therefore, the Great Soul Arena chose to let Shrek 7 test it out himself. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Black Tortoise. Tang Yu and Wang Dong missed the past a little. Eldest senior brother, third senior brother. After looking at the opponent's information, the 7 monsters raised their heads and looked at each other in dismay. They could see the surprise in everyone's eyes. Although they had expected that the opponent wouldn't be weak since he could obtain a silver soulless soul. But they didn't expect him to be so strong. Flanders pushed the crystal glasses on his nose. If I'm not wrong, this team must be very famous in a certain city. Why did they suddenly come to Soto City? Little gang, you really shouldn't have agreed to a soul battle with them. I'm afraid we're not their match. The Great Soul Master said indifferently, pressure is motivation. If you shrink back in the face of difficulties, you'll never become a true powerhouse. Flanders, where's the spirit you had when you were young? Flanders' face turned ugly after hearing the Great Soul Master's words. Zhao Wuji didn't forget to fan the flames and gloat. Great Soul Master, you're really strong. You're right. We can only face the difficulties head on. Little 3, although I still ask you not to use your hidden weapons this time, the 8 spears of 8 spears will be used. However, I will allow you to use the 8 spider spear, the Grandmaster said to Tang San. Seeing that the Great Soul Master wasn't optimistic about their team, Tang San frowned and said, Teacher, are we really unable to defeat the opponent? The Great Soul Master looked at him deeply. There's only a 30% chance. But the Great Soul Master looked at Tang Yu and Wang Dong. What if I decide to ask Light Rain and Wang Dong to fight? The Great Soul Master smiled. Everyone was shocked. Flanders was also shocked. With the 2 of them, victory is guaranteed. Even if one of them fights, they'll be able to defeat the opponent. The Great Soul Master pointed at the information on the table. According to the information, the opponent's 7 people are a very complete team. The 2 people you have to pay attention to are their captain and vice captain. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Jade Phosphorus Snake. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, little gang. Flanders seemed to have suddenly thought of something, but his words were stopped by the Great Soul Master's gaze. If I remember correctly, Great Soul Master's martial soul. Tang Yu wanted to continue. However, the Great Soul Master stopped Tang Yu and continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is a peak existence among beast souls. Its attack power is extremely strong, and it's known as the beast soul with the strongest attack power. Its position among beast souls is equivalent to Rong Rong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda among auxiliary-type martial souls. As for this Jade Phosphorus Snake Soul Master, since she's chosen to be a control type, she reminds me of someone. Flanders, do you still remember him? After the Great Soul Master's reminder, Flanders's expression suddenly changed. You're not talking about him, are you? The great soul master nodded. I'm talking about him. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask. Dean, great soul master, stop talking in riddles. What exactly are you talking about? Poison conquers the world. The rank 91 control type tidal Doloa, Jade, Phosphorus Doloa. In other words, poison Doloa. Tang Yu said from the side. Everyone was shocked. Tidal Doloa. Tang Yu nodded slowly. Other than him, who else is Jade Doloa? As far as I know, there are very few Jade Phosphorus snakes other than him. Even if there were, they wouldn't be control type. Since their vice captain is a control type Jade Phosphorus snake, I'm certain that she has an inseparable relationship with Jade Doloa. Others might not know, but I do. Jade Doloa also has the surname Dugu. Ning Rong Rong suddenly said. Then is there captain from the Tyrannosaurus family? Flanders smiled bitterly. Other than the Tyrannosaurus family, I've never heard of a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master. This Wangdo duo's background is frightening. It's not just these two. The black tortoise is a martial soul that's as famous as the blue lightning tyrant dragon. It's just that there are very few black tortoise soul masters, and there's no complete sect. That's why it's not as famous as the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Even so, the black tortoise is still a top-tier defense-type martial soul. It's not as powerful as the divine beast black tortoise. Tang Yu ridiculed. Everyone was speechless. The divine beast black tortoise was an evolution of the black tortoise Tang, since seemed to have realized something. As a control-type soul master, he was naturally most concerned about the situation of the other party's control-type soul master. He asked the Grandmaster, Teacher, what exactly is the other party's Jade Phosphorus snake using to control it? With a snake as a martial soul, it doesn't seem like it's good at control. The Grandmaster's answer was very simple. He only had one word, poison. Using poison to control the situation. Tang San's pupils couldn't help but contract. However, his mood calmed down a lot. Poison, what a familiar and intimate word. He nodded slightly and said, If that's the case, then they're definitely going to lose this time. Tang Yu and Wang Dong laughed from the side. Poison? What a joke. Playing with poison in front of the Tang men? The Grandmaster misunderstood Tang San's meaning. Oscar's small sausage is only his second soul ring. I'm afraid it can't block the Jade Phosphorus snake's poison. At most, it can only control the poison for a short period of time. Grandmaster, don't worry about leaving the poison to third brother and me. Tang Yu said from the side. What? The Grandmaster and the others didn't understand. Third brother's 8-spider spear has the ability to absorb poison. Naturally, it's not afraid of poison. As for me, Grandmaster, I don't think you know that my ultimate ice makes me immune to poison. Tang Yu laughed. Oh, everyone was shocked. However, Grandmaster, I think you don't have to worry about the captain and vice captain. However, you have to worry about this person called Yi Lingling. 9-hearted begonia. Interesting. Tang Yu laughed. Yes, I also agree with Tang Yu's words. You don't have to worry about the others, but this auxiliary-type soul master isn't simple. Ning Rongrong said. Oh, why? After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, even Grandmaster couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even he hadn't heard of the 9-hearted begonia before. Such a situation was extremely rare. However, considering that they had 2 auxiliary-type soul masters on their side, and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, he wasn't worried that they would be weaker than their opponents in this aspect. Ning Rongrong said, I know about the 9-hearted begonia. It's different from other martial souls. This martial soul can only be passed down through the generations. There can only be one successor in every generation. There can only be 2 9-hearted begonia soul masters alive at the same time. Only when one dies can another be born in the future. It can be said that it's the martial soul with the least number of descendants. My father once said that the 9-hearted begonia is a miracle among martial souls. Grandmaster was always more curious than ordinary people when it came to novel martial souls. He immediately asked, then what exactly is the use of this 9-hearted begonia? In what aspect does it play a supporting role? The nine-hearted begonia is only good at one kind of ability. No matter how many soul rings it only has one soul skill. However, this is also why it's so terrifying. Its use is to heal everyone in an area. The degree of healing can be controlled by the soul master. The higher the rank, the more soul rings, and the more soul power used for healing. With a nine-hearted begonia soul master around, it won't be easy even if they want to die. This is what my brother and sister told me. So, when the soul battle starts, let's deal with her first. Tang Yu said in a deep voice. After hearing Tang Yu's words, Grandmaster's face seemed to stiffen. He stood there in a daze for a long time before sighing with emotion. This is indeed a near-perfect combination. The others also nodded. We can win. Just when the morale was at its lowest and everyone had sunk into silence, Tang San suddenly said these words that were filled with a shocking aura. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. I said we can win. Mubai, Xiao Ao, Fatso, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing. Have you forgotten that we already have a 27-win streak? Although the opponent is strong, we aren't weak either. We have Mubai's top-notch assault type, Martial Soul, with Xiao Ao's continuous fighting ability, Fatso's top-notch mutated beast Martial Soul, and Xiao Wu's magical soft skills. Rong Rong, do you think your 7 treasures glazed pagoda can't compare to the 9-hearted begonia? And Zhu Qing, your speed is the fastest among the agility-type soul masters I've ever seen at the same level. Although the opponent is strong, are we weak? No, we can definitely prove that we are stronger than them. Furthermore, don't forget our age. I'm sure that they are older than us. So what if we lose? Failure is the mother of success. Even if we are not their match today, we will definitely defeat them one day. Victory will belong to us, Shrek 7. If we have lost the confidence to win, then why should we participate in this soul battle? Tang San's words were like a fuse that ignited their confidence. Every member of Shrek 7's team was a genius among geniuses. Monsters among monsters. How could they be willing to admit defeat? As expected of father-in-law. Tang Yu smiled. Then he said, "Don't worry. Leave the 9-hearted begonia to me." Light Rain? The 7 monsters looked at him. Huh, use this. Tang Yu took out something. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was a 7-colored flute more than 70 centimeters long. Soto Great Soul Arena, VIP Lounge. VIP Room 3. At this time, there were only 7 people in the room, 7 people with different characteristics. They all looked to be in their early 20s. Yinzi, I say, don't always show off your intimacy with boss in front of us, okay? After all, we are still a group of virgins. It's not good if we get impulsive. Hee hee. The one who spoke was a handsome young man. He was not tall, and he was moderately fat and thin. He had short blonde hair and a pair of lively eyes. He leaned against the large crystal window with a leisurely look. The girl on the sofa glanced at him, and her green eyes revealed a charming smile. Then come on, do you want this sister to teach you how to become a man? Forget it. Only boss can withstand the jade phosphorus poison in your body. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. The young man hurriedly refused. His face was full of horror. He looked at the green-eyed girl with obvious fear. Serves you right. Who told you to provoke Yinzi? Opposite him, on the other side of the crystal window, there was a young man dressed in black. He had the same blonde hair and was as beautiful as a woman. While shaking the drink in his hand, he gloated. The handsome young man said angrily, "Leopard, you have a problem, right? After today's team battle is over, let's have a one-on-one. See how I teach you a lesson." The young man in black snorted disdainfully. "One-on-one with me? You have a nerve to say that. You, a flying soul master, want to fight me one-on-one. It's obviously bullying. If you have the ability, you can fight boss one-on-one. Don't talk about winning. As long as you can hold on for 3 minutes, I will be convinced." Although the handsome young man was not convinced, he had to admit it. He really couldn't hold on for more than 3 minutes in the hands of the captain. "Okay, you guys be quiet. Can't you conserve your energy like the Sher brothers?" The blue-clothed young man, sitting motionless on the sofa, finally spoke. The Sure brothers he was talking about were sitting on the ground under the wall, meditating cross-legged. Both of them had a straight nose and a square mouth and a strong body. Just by sitting there, he gave off a dignified and steady feeling. The handsome young man smiled and said, "Boss, do we still need to conserve our energy? We have reached the level of Silver Warrior Soul before rank 40. I dare say that there is absolutely no match for us in this great soul arena. Not to mention here, even in the Imperial City's Heaven Do Great Soul Arena." The blue-clothed young man said indifferently, "Even so, you can't develop a bad habit of being careless. There are many strong people in the world of soul masters, and no one can be sure that there won't be a stronger person in front of us. Lingling, sit on the sofa for a while. Standing all the time consumes your energy." His last sentence was said to another woman in the room. That woman stood in the darkest corner of the room. Not only was she dressed in black, but her face was also covered with a black veil. She had a slim figure. Her long blue hair was draped over her back like a waterfall. Her eyes, which were the same color as her hair, didn't reveal any emotion. It seemed that she could only feel loneliness and desolation. "No need. I'm fine here." Yi Lingling's voice was very pleasant, but it was extremely empty. It gave people a feeling of unreality. Cold. This was the first impression she gave people. The 7 people in this room were the members of the Emperor team that Tang San and the others had seen in the information. Sitting on the sofa was the captain, Yu Tianheng, and the vice captain, Duge Yin. The handsome young man was the Windbell Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng. The black-clothed man who was bickering with him was the Ghost Leopard Soul Master, Yi So. The 2 brothers who were meditating on the ground were naturally the 2 black Tortoise Soul Masters. And standing in the dark corner was the only auxiliary soul master of the Emperor team, the 9-hearted begonia, Yi Lingling. At this moment, the door of the room opened. A person walked in from outside. The appearance of this person caused the Emperor team members in the room to do the same, including the captain, Yu Tianheng, who was sitting on the sofa. Even the Sure brothers who were meditating opened their eyes at the same time. The 7 people stood up and bowed respectfully to the person who came in. "Teacher." The middle-aged man's expression was a little strange. Even the captain of the Emperor team, Yu Tianheng, had never seen this kind of expression before. He quietly stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher Qin, what's wrong with you?" Teacher Qin's eyes flashed, and a deep light appeared in his bright black eyes. "This time, I'm afraid you've met your match. I just got the simple information of your opponent tonight from the City Lord. This was just confirmed by Soto Great Soul Arena. Take a look." As he spoke, he walked to the sofa behind the crystal table and sat down. With a flash of light, a piece of cloth appeared in his hand, and he spread it on the table. The members of the Emperor team hurriedly gathered around and looked at the cloth. Vice Captain Duge Yin read, "Shrek's 7 team, 7 members, origin unknown. Iron Battle Soul Badge. Teacher, this Shrek team is the Iron Battle Soul. Are they qualified to compete with us in the Team Battle Soul?" Teacher Qin said indifferently, "Yes. A month ago, they were indeed Iron Battle Soul badges. However, through this month's Battle Soul, their points have reached the Silver Battle Soul standard. Although it hasn't been accurately calculated, Soto Great Soul Arena has decided to grant them the Silver Battle Soul qualification in advance. It's just right to challenge you." According to the City Lord, Shrek 7 participated in 27 team Battle Soul matches. 27 matches, 27 victories. How long did it take you to obtain the Silver Battle Soul? Not a month, right? A whole year. The Windchime Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, was somewhat unconvinced. That's because they didn't meet a strong opponent. That's why they won these victories so easily. How can Soto City compare with our Imperial City? The middle-aged man glanced at Yu Feng. According to the City Lord's investigation, Shrek 7's Team Battle Soul was the first. It's the Wild Battle team that you faced in the last match. You should be very clear about the strength of the Wild Battle team. Their soul power rank is not inferior to yours. It's only because of the gap between their soul skills and martial soul that they lost to you. Could it be that Shrek 7 one? The one who spoke this time was the Black Panther Soul Master, Oslo. Vice Captain Duguyen rolled her eyes at him. Do you still need to ask? Otherwise, teacher wouldn't have to point it out. Yu Tianheng had been carefully looking at the information on the cloth and suddenly said, Teacher, their soul power is so low. How can they win against the Wild Battle team? The members of the Emperor team couldn't help but look at the cloth again. They carefully looked at the information on it. Shrek 7 Team Captain, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Martial Soul. White Tiger, Rank 38 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand Hands Shura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass. Rank 32 Control System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Softbone Demon Rabbit, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Rank 31 Close Combat System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix. Rank 28 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Netherworld Civet, Martial Soul, Netherworld Civet, Rank 28 Agility System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Monopoly, Martial Soul, Sausage, Rank 31 Support System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasures Glazed Glass, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Rank 27 Support System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. After looking at the information, Duguyen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Teacher Chin, who gave you this information? It's so funny. A Blue Silvergrass Soul Master actually needs to pay special attention and turn the tide. In my opinion, I'm afraid he can't even withstand my first soul skill. Teacher Chin snorted coldly. The members of the Emperor team felt their hearts contract at the same time. The strong shock caused their faces to reveal a bit of astonishment. Yinzi, it's fine if Imperial Wind is a bit careless. As the vice captain, you actually underestimated your opponent. If you go on stage with such an attitude, I can almost guarantee that you'll immediately suffer a huge setback. Yu Tianheng waved his hand at Duguyen from behind, indicating that she should stop talking. He turned to Qin Ming and said, Teacher Qin, what exactly do we need to pay attention to in this Shrek 7 team? Look at their martial souls. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is undoubtedly worthy of our attention, but their ranks are not small. Even with the help of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, it can only close the gap in soul power between us. I'm afraid this is the main reason why they were able to win the all-rounder battle soul. Among the other 6, their captain, the evil-eyed white tiger with a white tiger martial soul, should be worth paying attention to. There's also the evil phoenix martial soul. I've never heard of the existence of such a martial soul. I'm afraid the word evil comes from mutation. As for the control-type soul master, the thousand-hand Shura, I agree with Yinzi on this point. Even if his soul rings are outstanding, his martial soul is only blue silvergrass after all. How strong can it be? No, don't underestimate his blue silvergrass. To be able to enter that academy, his blue silvergrass is definitely not simple. Furthermore, according to the investigation, the Shrek team is preparing to replace 2 members. These 2 members have not appeared before, and this is the information of those 2. The middle-aged man took out a piece of cloth. Everyone went over to take a look and couldn't help but be shocked. Shrek's ace combination, Little King, Light Butterfly Dragon Martial Soul, Unknown Soul Power, Unknown Soul Ring, Unknown Big King, Spirit Ice Shura Martial Soul, Unknown Soul Power, Unknown Soul Ring. Unknown, there was also a note on the ground. Both of them had silver warrior souls a few months ago, and they were close to gold warrior souls. No matter if it was 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, they had never lost and had never participated in a team battle. Furthermore, they had never released their martial souls since the start of the battle. Therefore, for their information, only their titles were known. Silence. There was no information at all? They had never lost before? And the premise was that they didn't use their martial souls. Furthermore, they had silver warrior souls a long time ago. And they had silver warrior souls close to gold warrior souls. Hey. There's clearly no information at all. If we don't even know about their martial souls and soul rings, how are we going to come up with a countermeasure? Yuhao exclaimed. Teacher, do you know the specific strength of these two people? Tianheng asked calmly. No, I don't know at all. But, looking at their titles, this light butterfly dragon's martial soul is probably related to dragons. Furthermore, it's stronger than the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Tianheng was shocked. How is that possible? The others cried out. This light butterfly dragon once participated in one-on-one battles without even using his martial soul. He used a green trident to defeat many soul ancestors. Shocking. Without using his martial soul, he defeated a soul ancestor. And this King Spirit Ishura is even more strange. He didn't even move during the battle. He only glanced at his opponent, and his opponent fell to the ground. Furthermore, one of his opponents was a Soul King. Soul King? He didn't even move, and he defeated a Soul King? What the hell is this? Even Yilingling felt that it was a little interesting. Teacher, is this true? Dugian asked in disbelief. No, these are all rumors spread by the spectators. They've been following the 7 monsters for the past 2 months, but they've only been spectators. So many people think that they're substitutes. There are even some people who think that they're more powerful than the 7 monsters, and that's why these rumors are spreading. However, it's true that there's silver battle souls that are close to the gold battle soul, and this has just been confirmed by Teacher Shrek. Since it's just a rumor, they have been following the Shrek 7 but didn't make a move. Then, there's nothing to worry about. Yuhao heaved a sigh of relief. Are you an idiot? Tianheng scolded. Haven't you noticed the main point? They have silver warrior souls close to gold warrior souls. Moreover, they are about to appear. This is the reason why Teacher is worried. Yes, Tianheng is right. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to win this time. Dugian said worriedly. You guys don't have any momentum? Even if they are strong, don't forget. You guys are Huang fighters. Yes, Teacher Qin is right. Teacher Qin is right. We are the Huangdo battle team. Since they haven't used their martial spirits, then we will force them to use their martial spirits. I'm very curious. That spirit, Ice, Azura's martial spirit, seems to be related to ice. Yilingling, who didn't like to talk, suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. She was actually interested in other people. Good. What Lingling said before is right. Since we don't know what a martial soul is, we will force their trump card martial soul out. Tianheng shouted. Yes. You guys, and that are tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.